All right. Welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone's doing okay. We got a pretty special show tonight. I think I have everything lined up. It's going to be a jam-packed show full of some very interesting content, actually. We're going to dive into Native American misconceptions, our Native American misconceptions of Bigfoot, because there's too much of this stereotype of the whole Bigfoot persona and all the Native American tribes, and that's not necessarily the case, or is it? Because a lot of people like to pull stories and quote and throw terms and not Bigfoot, but with Dogman and stuff. So we're gonna take a look a little bit of this stuff. Actually, we're gonna show some videos from Trey the Explorer on some of his comments and some of his findings and some of the stuff in the video, kind of the bullet points of the main stuff. So these are 8 2 to a 3-minute segment videos. So we're going to take a look at all of them. We're going to talk a little bit about afterwards. And then after all this stuff is played, we're actually going to go through his list documentation that he has. And we're going to check out some of our own lists in Native American names, creatures, not only Bigfoot, but these other creatures and stuff that many Bigfoot researchers, and actually one of the most profound names that gets associated with the Bigfoot Native American folklore, Miss Kathy Strain book. How it's possibly conflicted, and all these groups of creatures and different names are distorted into the Bigfoot pile. We're going to go look in to have our own list brought to you by my a very special website that's been used by me and hopefully by other people for a lot of years now. This website's 20 years old now, but it has a very excellent list of Native American, not only legends and but cultural language stuff, a whole reference of stuff. But the main thing is a language, because you can find a lot of Native American languages online, where many of them want to survive, and they are eager to teach anyone who's willing to learn and stuff. So you guys can actually go online and find many different websites to learn different Native American languages and keep their cultural history alive. All right, so we're going to look at all this first, talk through them. There's some really great bullet points that he brings up, really good for the discussion, especially towards the end when we get into when we look ourselves into some of these stories and different names, and we get some of the information. At the very end, if as long as it doesn't go too over, I actually have some special stuff to share with you guys. Some special Native American stories for you. I think you guys will find pretty interesting. There are some of the harder stuff to find. So it's going to be a jam-packed night. And actually this series could probably jump into more, as we could dive into many different pathways when it comes to Native American legends, myths, cultures, creatures, monsters, spirits. There's a whole plethora of different things besides Bigfoot, even though some of these names for other creatures might get associated with Bigfoot. So let's hurry up and play the first clip. Let's get it out of the way for you guys. Give me 1 second. Hopefully everything's good. I have a lot of different tabs pulled up. I do plan on making some videos out of some of this material also. So plenty of different amazing stuff to talk about. Actually, it was very refreshing to dive into this Native American misconception of Bigfoot and just Native American culture and legends, and going back to really where my roots are, honestly, because of getting the very start of this of everything with my fascination with Native American culture here in the Great Lakes region and elsewhere, but mainly here in the Great Lakes region. And then reading, of course, all these different stories and myths and legends, and diving into different stuff and different pathways, and getting into a whole bunch of different rabbit holes that had nothing to do with Bigfoot. Reading about Michigan history and different histories around. It's just fascinating stuff that I had to keep reminding myself that I'm looking for other things that are quite awesome and unique, not the stories that I find myself getting hooked and attached to. And I would really get struggles of the Native American and the tears of death, or the March of Death, and specifically the the trails from here in Michigan, and some of the bands from Indiana and Ohio. All right, so let's first one.
As mentioned in the intro, the museum Expedition Bigfoot provides its visitors with one such list, containing the names of 76 different creatures and the names of the ones. But there was one list that was well regarded as the most comprehensive collection of indigenous stories and a must-read for a zoologist. A book titled Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters, Bigfoot in Native Culture by Kathy Moskowitz Strain. Whenever I tried to find information in its author, I found that this book and its author are considered the foremost authorities on Bigfoot in Native American culture by the wider Bigfoot community. So I thought it wise to buy myself a copy. Well, 2 copies. Kathy's book is very comprehensive, and I dare say impressive. Creatures that Kathy regards as Bigfoot-like in nature. She created this collection by reading tons of different Native American stories, collected from many sources and many different tribes. And thankfully for us, Kathy reproduced all the stories in her book, 157 of them in total. At first glance, it is a very impressive collection, and the sheer number of strong case and for each strain provided details or citations on the primary source, where each story originally came from. This is story, what tribe or nation were they from, and on what year were they recorded or at least published. These primary sources vary greatly. The vast majority interviews with Native American elders that were typically conducted by anthropologists for academic research. These primarily white visitors listened to the tales told by native storytellers and rendered them into English and into writing. Other examples published by Native American storytellers in dates of from the 1880s to the early 2000s. Oral traditions, stories that were told but not written down for possibly as long as centuries. Because of this, in some ways it is impossible to know how much of their rules may or may not have changed over time. Television implies that their settings take place at least after colonization.
All right, guys, how was that for you? Was it okay? Was it buffering? Hopefully you guys got that. There was actually some pretty interesting list and stuff that we're actually probably look, because there's a bunch of names on those lists, and I, from all my research right now, I've already spotted one inconsistency from I think it was the museum list, but anyways, as he's getting into Kathy Strain's book, there's a lot of different stuff lumped in together, and some of the stories, if it was a buffering good for you, there was some stories of the hare, of the rabbit, and these are Native American stories of literally a rabbit who talks and stuff and goes on hunts and does different stuff. Compressed into Bigfoot stuff, and we'll get more. Actually, Trey the Explorer talks about Kathy's book more, because he's actually read Kathy's book. That's why I made the video on the misconceptions of it, because a lot of us read stories online or get our information from people who say, oh yeah, well, there's Bigfoot here and Bigfoot there, but is it necessarily Bigfoot because you hear the words can? Does that necessarily mean Bigfoot to all of the tribes and stuff? And we got to remember, there was a lot of major groups, a lot of smaller groups of tribes, a lot of tribes who were linguistically in a family. So culturally, and the dialect would be different dialect, even though they spoke the same basic overall branching language. Some words are spelled differently when they were recorded by English people. Some words are pronounced differently, spelled differently within their own tribes. And basically, and he points this at the end. So when, English people recorded some of these stories, there's references to kettles, there's references to guns, there's references to other things that might point to the story of the telephone game, where the story is passed on, but the kettle is used instead of a clay pot or some type of old cooking device. Guns, in reference to using a bow and arrow, or at the same time there might be a story of actual involvement. I did remember reading a Native American story where the weapons changed depending on the culture. One of them was a spear, one of them was a bows and arrows. So the telephone game happens when the English people wrote stories from the Native Americans, because you have some tribes like in Michigan or Algonquin. You got the Potawatomi, the Ojibwe, and Ottawa. They all three spoke the same overall language, but three different dialects, three different ways to spell stuff, three different ways to really say the word. So when the stories got recorded, this is an example, not only from them or from other tribes, there was misconceptions of words and stuff. I mean, like the Wendigo and stuff, because there's several tribes, as we'll get into later, several different spellings and ways of saying things, and misconflating of information and of different tribes and stuff, because the white man wasn't so at the time, we didn't have as much sophistication and knowledge of actual tribes and different cultures and different languages than we do now. So there were a lot of groups were lumped together and stuff. But let's go on. We got more videos to play, and then at the end and stuff, we're actually going to go through a lot of different stuff. So he actually makes a list in this video. And this is very important to get how he got this list, which is very similar to the list that was already kind of out there by this website that we will use, that I've used for many, many years.
Considered Bigfoot-like by my a described creature needed to hit at least 2 of the listed conditions, hopefully more or all of them. Some people might agree with me, some won't, and that's okay. Own personal qualifications. As I went along reading, I checked off details I found in the stories and put them into my spreadsheet, so that everything was in one centralized database. My spreadsheet consisted of the name of the creature, the name spelled phonetically, some translation, the name of the culture or tribe that told the story, the date of recording, and a short summary described, if at all, in the story, and a further breakdown of details I will cover later. The nature of the spreadsheet allowed me to quantify all these findings into overall percentages. By the time this video is out, I hope that it is publicly available for everyone to fact check me on too. In total, I researched 154 different Native American creatures and read maybe around 170 different stories. Admittedly, names in the stories were repeats that represented slight regional variations of the same story or creature. Around 75% were found in Kathy's book.
If you guys could let me know if the video is playing really well or crappy on your guys' end, that would help me, because I might some of this, and it's really good to pause at some of the graphs and stuff too. This is based on his findings, of course, and we are going to take a look at the graph because he did post it to be publicly looked at, so we can mess around and look at it ourselves. So let me know in the comments how the video is playing.
Giants, cannibals, and monsters were extremely short, maybe just a paragraph, while others were a bit longer, slight regional variations of the same story or creature. Around 75% were found in Kathy's book, Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters. Some of the stories were extremely short, maybe just a paragraph, while others were longer. The oldest was recorded in 1791, which was recorded in 2005. Others had no date of recording whatsoever. The research found, and I was incredibly generous here, only 17 out of the 154 creatures could be described as this. The rest of the creatures, the remaining 89%, failed to meet my criteria, and most didn't even come close. The main disqualifiers, though even here I was again forgiving, was the clearly human traits many of these beings displayed. 71, or 40% of them, were described of Indians, Native Americans, or sometimes even that of white people. They communicated in the stories very clearly. Now, in defense of Bigfooters, this isn't exactly surprising, as so do many of the other quote-unquote real animals in the stories. Rabbits, deer, bears, frogs, fish, and bugs are regularly anthropomorphized, so that they talk like people. It is just important to point out the stories, the supposed great few will claim Bigfoot is actually capable of. 48, or 31% of the creatures were explicitly described as using tools more complex than sticks or branches. Among the tools some of the beings were described as using were bows and arrows, axes, pots, pans, guns, baskets, smoking pipes, nets, and canoes, among other things. All of these inventions are tools most Bigfooters agree the species is incapable of creating and probably using. 14, or 9% of the creatures were wearing clothes. The stories mention them wearing shirts, hats, wooden masks, shoes or moccasins, leggings, and dresses. Or 13% of the creatures were explicitly described as living in artificial homes, either wooden log cabins and lodges, or tents and teepees. A couple were even described as living in whole villages. 31, or 20% of the creatures were described as using fire, either to cook meat, smoke tobacco pipes, boil water, or heat and light their homes. All of behaviors Bigfoot is generally not known to do, but in this, most of the physical descriptions of the creatures do not match that of a Bigfoot either. If so few creatures met the criteria, what then? The list advertised by Bigfoot believers. What is the other 89%?
What about the sound? Was because he explains everything also. So if the big texts are able to be seen by everyone, so you should be able to see the graph. So out of 155 different creatures that he looked up on his own, 75% of those creatures were in the book of Miss Kathy Strain, Giants, Giants and Monsters, or a Bigfoot and Native American something. I guess I should have the book pulled up. It's on the thumbnail. But it's Kathy Strain's book. It's very familiar for most of, I think, everyone, because it's been out for a long time, and it was one of the highly regarded on Monster Quest, of course. So out of his list, out of 155 different Native American creatures and names, 6% of those are in Kathy Strain's book as reference towards Bigfoot, cannibal monsters that are leaning towards Bigfoot and stuff. And out of his 155 different, out of 170 stories, 155 different creatures, only 17%, 17 out of 155 were a Bigfoot enough out of his own criteria to be considered what we would consider Bigfoot in the modern day, which is a lot less than what Kathy Strain's book is claiming, than what most of the Bigfoot community, I think, thinks about when they think about Native American and Bigfoot culture and relationship. It's a lot different because when you dive in to all those lists, like at the very beginning, all the different names and some of the different. Let me go get it. Go get it right now so you can see some of it. But some of these names and descriptions of the names don't match up with the description of Bigfoot, even though they're being used for the reference of Bigfoot in Native American legend. All right, let me get this over here. So I know you guys probably, if it's too small, but some of these names and stuff are wild men, wild woman, tall burnt hair, stick Indians, night people, spirit hidden by the woods. Now you can go through some towards Bigfoot and stuff. And so when you see da, 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 and it's pretty hard to pronounce some of these Native American ones, but from the Pull Pup Native Americans and the Nesqually, the Spirit Spear, which doesn't sound like a Sasquatch, or you have the Skookum, which is the Indians one, which we do refer to as big. The descriptions of other legends from that tribe describe them as hairy and stuff, but in a lot of different tribes, when there's an evil god of the woods and stuff, it's not really described as a hairy monster, although that one might be. I know the Omaha have their own. Also, Boss of the Woods, Wild Men of the Woods, Owl Woman Monster, Owl Woman, and see Owl Woman and Owl Woman Monster, and these there's some owl men stories in Native American culture. and they are not Bigfoot-like at all. In fact, the only reference towards a Bigfoot in the Owlman story that I read recently was that it transforms into a giant and stuff. So on some of those lists, maybe there is some bias towards Bigfoot being put on the list, and some of these creatures being put as Bigfoot, and maybe it's accepted as fact when it's really maybe not. I'm not quite sure. It does bring into question that our blind bias towards the Native American stories and Bigfoot, that when the reader is reading these stories, that they're trying to find Bigfoot in some of these stories. But there's plenty of stories of giants and cannibals and all sorts of things, right? In Native American culture. So divide them into and he did a good job. Out of his 155 creatures, only 17 were actually Bigfoot-like enough. And I think some of those, his qualifications of those, I think were, in my opinion, when some of those creatures could talk and speak Native American, I don't think that's a disqualifier. He considered that as most mainstream Bigfoot say Bigfoot doesn't speak human languages, English or native languages. So, by his standards and stuff, if any of the stories the creature talked and stuff, it was automatically shot down. So I do kind of disagree with him on that. I do think that there's a lot of different stories. There's a lot of stories, or a lot of different talk, but we're going to get into some Native American stories at the end, and some stories about the Bigfoot. And actually the list that I reference to is very similar to his, except for it has, I think, a couple more Bigfoot-like creatures and a lot more that was collected from many years ago. In fact, this list and all the information was put together in this website that to at the end for the last 20 years. So all right, let's get into it. As he further explains the different creatures of the Bigfoot, what are the other 89% of the creatures, if they're not Bigfoot, but they are referenced as Bigfoot, these lists and stuff. And some of these lists are from the Museum of Bigfoot in I can't remember which state, but there's the plaque and stuff that we referenced. Kathy Strain's list, of course, in all of her book.
What then is on the rest of the list advertised by Bigfoot believers? What is the other 89%? The other 89%. Well, to start, I found that 37, or around a fourth, of all the creatures on the list had no intent, or the monster, or the cannibal, and never described beyond this name. They are kept so vague that no determination of what they actually look like can be made based on the details in the stories alone. In my opinion, we are in no position to really see if they are Bigfoot-like or not. Because of this, I feel like they probably shouldn't be included. It would be disingenuous. For the creatures, chimeras, spirits, shapeshifters and personifications, giants and dwarves, wild Indians, and basket women. This diagram looks crazy. That's because it is. This was an incredibly diverse collection of creatures, spirits, monsters, and characters lumped together as if they were all talking about the same thing. But when you really take the time to read each one of them individually, the sheer amount of differences pile up. The Native Bigfoot list is an assortment of unrelated stories and creatures, the vast majority of which don't sound like anything like our modern concept of Bigfoot. Some were so much of a stretch, I struggled to find what part of the story Bigfooters like Kathy were trying to claim was Bigfoot or Bigfoot-like. It is as if someone grouped a whole slew of random pop culture monsters and characters all together as if they formed some kind of coherent whole. These are very different beings from very different stories with very different personalities and descriptions. Lumping them together as Bigfoot-like or Native American names for Sasquatch is such a gross oversimplification and mischaracterization. It is in my scholarly opinion that 89% of the Bigfoot-like creatures and stories just flat out shouldn't be on the list. As we have seen, even the original Sasquatch story doesn't really meet the standards of what we would recognize as a Sasquatch today.
Of course, he was referencing the fire. Sasquatch used the fire and they spoke the Native American language in that first story, which he didn't really consider as Sasquatch, of course, but as the original story he did. So in that little clip, he does point out that on most of these lists are names of just spirits, evil spirit, owl people, basket woman, and different creatures. And he put together a nice graph. I don't know if you guys could see it, including in the graph was cannibal dwarves and stuff, little people of some tribes. Giants and cannibals and spirits, devils, flying heads, stone giants, the woman who was married to a snake, dwarfs and giants, different creatures and spiritual entities, transformers and stuff too, which is another big thing is gets looped into this. A lot of those creatures are transformers and are transforming into different stuff. And so a lot of the mainstream lists that you would see or reference or Kathy Strain, I guess, has put together are really not necessarily true in the sense that it's a pretty far stretch, as we'll take a look at some of these other clips that he points out with Kathy Strain's book. It's pretty far stretch to include them to, a Bigfoot reference in Native American culture. It's a pretty big misconception and, really bad research, honestly, because when you dive into it and you look at some of those names and it points out to a cannibal dwarf, and some of these stories of cannibal dwarfs are hairy cannibal dwarfs that are evil and they eat people, but they are always referenced as dwarfs or little people. Some of these dwarfs are have black skin or darkened skin and are not referenced as hairy and stuff. So whole different slew of descriptions and stuff, but the main thing is the Native Americans are distinguishing these dwarfs, these warlike dwarfs. There's many different little people stories and these dwarf stories, and from the Arapaho is a very warlike, dark-skinned dwarf race that they went to war with and stuff that are not described as Sasquatch at all, but are lumped into the Sasquatch lists, which is a very big misconception. And it plagues the Bigfoot community because when people look up and they glance at a list and they have a list of, dozens and dozens of names, and well over half are really not associated to Bigfoot in any sort of way. It's just a problem that's plaguing our community. And it's very quick to easily check. I've looked at some of these lists, maybe I guess never paid attention enough to really go check and reference and do the work yourselves, honestly. And it was a good refresher and stuff because as we'll take a look into a lot of the stories in this website, there's a lot of misconceptions in the Bigfoot and Dogman community, especially the Dogman community, when it comes to the Rougarou, and the Rougarou being a Native American term, which we'll get into and stuff, but it might have different origins and stuff. And, there's a whole host of different things that come from that. So there is a lot of storytelling, a lot of made up stuff, a lot of telephone game going around when it comes to Native American stuff. Just a lot of bad stories that don't have really good sources that they come from. And these are just people probably, coming from stories from their great uncle coming, telling them bull crap, or are being passed down in such a way that they get conflated and mixed with other legends and myths and stories of Europeans. So let's get into more clips from Trey. He did a very excellent job with this video and his own list and stuff that you can reference and we can pull up here after we get through a couple more. We already got through the longest videos and stuff, and we're on the downhill track.
This left only 17 creatures, or 11% of the original list we started out with, that were actually described as something vaguely like a Bigfoot. Some people might think I was being overly strict, but I really wasn't. Mixed in with this 17 was me being incredibly generous. One of the 17 was described as having cow hooves, and another had a penis, which is so long that it must be rolled up and carried in the arms. It terrifies its enemies by striking tree trunks and breaking branches with its uncoiled organ. Oh man. I could go on to talk about each individual one of these in depth and highlight their many inconsistencies to the modern idea of Bigfoot. But for me, I felt it was more fitting to focus on just one, because not only was it widely regarded as the most compelling, I found that it was a good microcosm of the whole Native American Bigfoot phenomena in general.
All right, so those are the 17 that of his list that he came up with, and some of these I haven't looked at all the website that I'm using to find up all these, and of course never typed in all the Google stuff for all this stuff, but there are some references that we can look at and look through. So he yes, the Boggs story that he references is one that I found, probably the exact same one that he actually read, that we can look at and read too, which really, is pretty out there when it comes to, a Bigfoot story, right? And so this is a Native American belief that this creature, which is a hairy giant from the Pacific Northwest, Native American legends of this Boggs creature with the organ that can beat on trees and scare Native Americans and stuff with. So totally out there when it comes to a Bigfoot, but it is always referenced as a Bigfoot in researchers' list and stories and stuff, even though it does have the organ that he beats on trees and kills people with. So pretty out there, right? It's pretty stretch, right? So pretty small condensed list out of the 155 creatures that are normally found on the majority of the Bigfoot lists when compared to Native American cultures. And why is that? Because frankly, all of the information from Native Americans have been lost through the destruction of their culture, the destruction of their lives, frankly, of the erosion of their knowledge and passing it down to us, the institutionalized school of Native Americans. And whatever is left now is closely guarded, kept secrets by the elders and stuff, because a lot of it is sacred and the most sacred stuff. So now very little information is very told. so much has been lost. The only real references that a lot of people have are English translations of stories from Native Americans from the 1800s or earlier, ever since the beginning with the French and Jesuits and their interactions on the East Coast and through the Great Lakes region of Canada. But through the 1800s and stuff, a lot of different tribes and stuff, and children born in the 1800s of parents, began to write their own stories of their own people. These were native men and women who went to school and then began to translate and write their Native American stories into English from their perspective on both sides. And those are some of the most credible accounts and books that I would suggest that you would try to find and read, because they are translated by a person of the tribe himself who was educated in English and stuff. And some of these and stuff I was reading, the language is very different than what is read now. And he just talks about, it's just very fascinating stuff, I guess. But anyway, so when we have stories of, these legends and stuff, and it's recorded by white people, and sometimes, in some of the stories, possibly like the Rougarou, right, is more influenced by the French werewolves and the European legends than any Native American association with the word Rougarou, because there really isn't one for, I would say, a lot of the Native American references towards it. It's more conflated with different stories that Native Americans have of different entities, but the word itself is not Native American, but it's more of a misconception and a more mistranslation of what the Native Americans would call this Native American mispronunciation of the French word, and that's how you get the association of Rougarou with some Native American culture. But we're going to get into that in a little bit when we can show that. Let's take a look at very interesting clip coming up.
Hairy man.
This is a very important clip that you guys need to listen to. I hope you guys can listen to it. I can talk about everything. If not, I'm just hoping that you guys can see everything and hear everything. This clip that he's about to talk about with this reference is very important for you guys to listen to. There are some key details in this whole story that I think you guys need to listen to, because we're going to get into. And there's some stuff that I disagree with this analysis and some of the stuff. So this clip and the next clip are actually very important, because it talks to this particular picture on the rock. Of course, that is always referenced towards Sasquatch and stuff. So please, guys, pay attention, because this is very important. And yeah, let's continue.
Mayak Datach of the Yokuts, just like the Gagat of the Haida, is a favorite for Bigfoot believers to cite in discussions of the native origins of Bigfoot. The Yokuts reside in modern-day California. Like many of the stories and beings we have discussed already, the actual descriptions of the Mayak Datach, or hairy man, in Yokut stories are not particularly compelling to the Bigfoot Sasquatch believing cause, at least in my opinion. The 3 stories collected by Kathy Strain herself in the early 1990s don't describe him in much detail aside from walking on 2 legs, having big feet, and being hairy. One of the stories, How People Were Made, is a story about all the animals of the earth taking turns on what they think the first human should look like and be like. Each one has their say, fish, hummingbird, eagle, turtle, lizard, owl, condor, coyote, and lastly, hairy man. But there is a final disagreement between Coyote and Hairy Man. Coyote says, "People should be just like me because I am smart and tricky, so have them walk on all fours." Hairy Man shook his head and said, "People should walk on 2 legs like me." Now, curiously, a friend of mine, thank you Miles Greb, who lives near the Thule reservation of the Yokuts, purchased an official book published by the tribe themselves. In the 2008 book, Bigfoot and Other Stories, there is a version of this How People Were Made Yokut story that is very similar to Kathy Strain's version, except the tribal storytellers have replaced Hairy Man with Grizzly Bear. Its version goes like this. Eagle and Coyote made people by taking the clay from the earth and shaping it like a man and woman. Grizzly Bear said, "People should be able to stand on their hind legs like me, and they should have no tail." So, take that information as you will. In any case, Coyote and Hairy Man agree to settle the disagreement by racing to a rock. Whoever wins decides if humans should walk on 2 legs or 4. Hairy Man, of course, wins. He just cheats, and the animals draw the 2-legged humans in the soil and breathe life into them. Proud of his creations, Hairy Man greets these newly formed humans, but the humans are frightened of his appearance and run away. This makes Hairy Man very sad. That is why when all the animals draw their pictures on the rock, Hairy Man drew himself sad. That is why Hairy Man's picture is crying to this day. This rock is now called Hakiyu, or the Painted Rock, and it still exists on the Thule reservation, along with the drawing of the crying Hairy Man. Bigfoot believers have focused on this in the painted figure a ton. It serves as the cover for Kathy Strain's book. It is used on the Wikipedia page for Bigfoot under indigenous and early records. Not 1, but 2 replicas of it are featured in the Expedition Bigfoot Museum. A book geared towards children that I found in the museum's gift shop put a photo of the pictograph describing it as a male, female, and child, Hairy Man. Was the Sasquatch a common animal to the Yokuts, or some kind of supernatural being? About section for Kathy Strain in Christopher Murphy's Meet the Sasquatch, the painted rock is described as Bigfoot pictographs, the only known prehistoric paintings of Bigfoot. Elsewhere, Murphy states it is reasonable to assume that details on how he looked and behaved are only present in Yokuts culture because of the observation of a flesh and blood creature.
All right, so pictured of the hairy man on the rock, right? And the story, right? So the original story and the story that Kathy Strain wrote about and got when she went there and talked to the elders there, she got these stories specifically from that tribe about that painted rock when she went there and talked to one of the elders. And of course, when Kathy wrote the book and came out with some of the stuff, it actually stirred up some issues with the tribe over there, and they did some things and stuff, and they've had some headaches and stuff from the issues of Bigfooter. He'll get into this a little bit, but they've had some issues with Bigfooters associating with Bigfoot with that and stuff, and some of from my assumption is some of the elders, the association with Bigfoot and that rock. And notice that, so the older stories that was told by some of the elders and stuff was the hairy man creation, right? Was the hairy man wanted people to stand up and walk like him. Later in 2008, right, the tribe put out a book and put out stuff, and it was now Grizzly Bear. And so when the whole story, of course, is when man was made, they look at hairy man or Grizzly Bear. Now they were scared of him and ran away, and now he's crying in the picture. The story makes sense with the picture, with the tribe coming out in 2008 and saying that it was Grizzly Bear. Doesn't make sense for the picture. Of course, they're putting out, it's my opinion, I think they put that out to shy away from the Bigfoot stuff, but also you guys got to realize that this is very sacred stuff to them, and not information that they want us to have. And he gets into this a little bit more. To change a story from the hairy man to a grizzly bear now in such modern time is in my opinion, it's a little bit weird and stuff. Of course the tribe put it out and stuff, so it's pretty official in their opinions and stuff, which he actually does interview a member through email. Seems to be actually the next clip he'll actually talk about it. So let's just play that. But I think it's very interesting that Kathy Strain went there, got some of these stories and stuff, and the information, and especially giving information out, I would assume, because it is very important information and sacred stuff. Lost probably a lot more stuff was lost to them. You got to think of how much trauma and stuff they've been through. So what remains is the most highly guarded secrets and sacred texts and information and stories that they have. So let's go to the next one, and I hope you guys can see it. I have to play music over it because he did have some music playing underneath of it. I hopefully I made it quiet enough for you guys. If not, let me know. I can try to do better next time. I just didn't want to do for this one. He's a lot bigger of a channel than most. Really good information and stuff.
Five out of the 6 native Bigfoot lists I examined. It is not unfair to say that the Mayak Datach, or hairy man of the painted, crown jewel of the Bigfoot community when it comes to the Native American Bigfoot. But what do the actual Yokuts think about this? As representative from the Thule Reservation, which was perfect for the hairy man and the painted rock. The interview I had with them over the phone was incredibly helpful and revealing. First off, they revealed to me that Datach is often mistranslated in Bigfoot sources, as it does not directly translate to hairy man. It is also mispronounced by Bigfooters as Mayak Datat, when it should really sound like Mayak Datach. In the Yokuts language, it literally translates to Mayak, meaning big, and Datach, meaning foot. It is also not the being's proper traditional name. His true name is not taught. It is sacred and only spoken in prayer during special ceremonies or gatherings. As for the wider Bigfoot community's interpretation of the painted rock and Mayak Datach, the Yokuts representatives said that we know it can be in our physical existence or in the other world. They went on to say that we kind of had problems with Kathy Strain because she did come up and interview some of our elders quite a while ago, and the story that she was given was the story we tell our kids. Like, don't go outside, something's gonna get you. Back in the day when our elders were little, they were told not to go out or you're gonna get eaten by Mayak Datach. She, Kathy Strain, took it literally and has gone on to lecture saying that that's what they're known for, that's what they do. When really he isn't, because in our culture it is a very sacred being. He's a caretaker of our land and culture. When people pass, he is one with them. When asked about the Basket Woman stories, the representative stated that the Basket Woman was the scary story told to kids. It was a scary kid story that is simplistic and doesn't reflect as if it was a tribe of cannibals. It is laughable but really upsetting because it was a kid's story. In short, from our discussion, I learned that Mayak Datach is an incredibly sacred and spiritual being. And the Bigfoot community's interpretation of him as a flesh and blood creature or an ape-like species is not correct and doesn't reflect the actual beliefs of the Yokuts.
And that's precisely right. I think they're in that is the misconception of Bigfoot and stuff. A lot of different tribes. When you get down to it, it has a very spirit aspect to it. Now, in that segment, I think are very key things, information that we need to hold on to, because there's going to be a very another very I'm going to read from. It literally means Bigfoot, and it doesn't mean hairy man, which most of the Bigfoot community thought or assumed, or at least it was presented on a lot of those different documentaries for a lot of different years. And so I think what my personal thing is, the from the interview that Strain went there and spoke to the elders and got stories. Okay. That's a key thing. That did happen. Okay. She did speak to some elders. And he says that, she just got told, the kids' stories of some stuff. And I do think there is some probably that, because I do think, they don't tell us everything. But I do think the tribe is trying to downplay some of the stuff that Kathy put out. And so, like, oh yeah, she got told some of the kids' stuff, the boogeyman. To be fair, a lot of different Native American characters or tricksters and transformers, there's a lot of different boogeymen and character types that are warnings to kids and stuff. So there's a lot of different boogeymans of a lot of different tribes. So I do think there's a little bit of truth on both spectrums of that Kathy was granted access and did get some information, especially about the creation story. Original creation story, which my dot touch means, doesn't mean hairy man, it means big foot. That story, that creation story, is very interesting. The description and the painted rock is undeniable. Okay, that's a very good representation. Okay, I'm at the very end. You guys keep with me, okay? Because I'm gonna blow you guys the socks off with this one. I'm gonna read another sacred text that is based on the other side of the country. Okay. I'm playing now because remember they said that my dot touch means Bigfoot, but that's not his name, original name. That's not his name. His name is sacred and only spoken in ceremonies and stuff, and only known about through those in the tribe or elders, right? So there's some great importance to that, and they feel very offended, of course, together with these cannibal giants or evil spirit cannibal giants and stuff that are not him, because he would be the total opposite of that kind of a creature, and very degrading and stuff, right? So I think personally, I think the tribe didn't like what Kathy Strain put out in her book in association with some of their sacred stuff, and degrading it in such a way that they didn't like. So they're kind of they changed the story of the creation. Now it's grizzly bear instead of Maya Touch, which I think is fine. Is very interesting in my opinion, because I think that change it's a big difference between a grizzly bear and Maya Touch and the painted rock at the end. So, but I understand, and I think for a reason to deflect from that Bigfoot narrative that they were so socially associated with. I'm sure with the book came out and interviews and Monster Quest and news, and it's not the good publicity that maybe that tribe wanted and stuff. Now that's my opinion and stuff. They did change the story. I think the original story is so important with that rock picture that I'm gonna blow your doors off at the end, guys. That and we're gonna dive into why we have so much very little information is because a lot of the stuff is sacred. So, a lot of misconceptions, a lot of these cannibal giants, a lot of these different evil spirits are being lumped into what that specific tribe of this example for Bigfoot would say is the total opposite. You know, these are not bloodthirsty cannibal giants. This is a very important spiritual being. All right, so let's play the next clip. We only have like 2 more, and then we can dive into the list. We can dive into some Native American stories. We got a whole host of different stuff. All right, so that was MacDoc Touch number 1. That was number 2.
Side of so many of these stories was often drowned out by that of Bigfoot believers. At one point in Kathy Strain's Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters, I saw a footnote for the Caddo story about the cannibal Iron Nose. Note, Iron Nose is likely a mistranslation of shape features. In some ways, I think this footnote is emblematic of the whole Bigfoot community's treatment of Native American stories in general. Not only does it contradict details within the story itself, later his nose literally does shoot out like a spear to attack the hero, the footnote is also entirely unsourced. I tried to see where Kathy Strain could have gotten this footnote from. I bought a copy of the book she was citing, but found that the original story contains no such footnote. And when I checked up on the Caddo storyteller, Mr. Wing, who originally told it, I discovered that he has unfortunately been dead since 1907. So there was no way for either Kathy or me to have interviewed him personally to get the correct translation, something only he would really know. This book in fact only contains the English translations of Mr. Wing's stories, as they were recorded by a white author named George A. Dorsey in the early 1900s. The version Mr. Wing told in his original language at that time does not survive. As far as I can tell, the footnote appears to just be Kathy Strain's opinion, inserted into the original Caddo story and presented as fact in the hopes nobody would question it. But who knows, maybe she got it from a source I haven't been able to track down yet. Curious about other books cited in Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters, I managed to get a physical copy of The Hare Indians and Their World by Hiroku Suhara, a somewhat difficult to obtain book. I discovered that when comparing the two side by side, there were big portions of Hiroku Suhara's text that were omitted from Kathy Strain's reproduction in Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters. One section was even omitted mid-paragraph. Here are some excerpts from the omitted sections talking about the Larien, or Bushman legends. Both Indians of the neighboring tribes and white men are believed to become Bushmen. Since various Indians stopped fighting wars, there have been few Indian Bushmen. These days, Bushmen are only white men, said my informant. 2 natives told their tales of Bushmen wandering through an area, and one of them was very convinced that they were Russians. Tales of wandering white man.
So right here, he starts pointing out some misinformation that Kathy puts out, actually, so that she omits a whole paragraph explaining that there in the native actually says that white men can become bush Indians and stuff, and that regular Indians can just become bush Indians. That isn't necessarily wild hairy men, although some bush stick Indian trails are described as giants or giant, the normal Indians and stuff, and are associated with Bigfoot, even though they're or some of them are described as hairy, but they are using tools. They're living in teepees and they're having fires. They speak Native American. They're just bigger natives and stuff. Which he does not. He did not count as Bigfoot in his list. Although, you know, the line gets blurred in some of the tribes and stuff. Some of the tribes don't. Well, let's continue. Let's continue. Because we're going to look at a whole bunch of different stuff.
Kathy cited and seen in context. Bigfoot believers attempting to correct details of these Native American stories or add their own interpretations was something I found a lot. From the introduction of Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters, Kathy says that the Cherokee story of the snake with Bigfoot marries the chief's daughter. I believe the snake represents a Bigfoot, as denoted by the big feet, and the story is designed to help the reader accept that a Bigfoot married a human female. The Nelchina tale of the big man with the little hat is reinterpreted by Kathy as, this name came about because from a distance the creature's pointed head, sagittal crest, made it appear as though it is wearing a little hat. The source cited for this interpretation is a book by Bigfoot believer Christopher L. Murphy. As far as I can tell, it is his outsider opinion and not a native Nelchina one. It is just his opinion on the name and work. To go a bit of a tangent, there is a photo of a woven basket in Kathy Strain's section on the Yokots Hairy Man in Giants, Cannibals, and Monsters. The caption states that the logo of this basket depicts the hairy man. Intrigued by this claim, I was able to track down the original uncropped version of this photo. Taken around the year 1800, it is currently in Southern California. There are actually several photos of this unnamed Yokots basket maker. From my research, I suspect she might be the famous Mary Dick Topino, or Mrs. Britches. In any case, the university's official description does not mention the hairy man. It merely states that the woman is working on a basket with a human figure pattern. This holding hands pattern seems to have been pretty common among Yokot basket makers in the late 1800s to early 1900s. I'm again unsure where Kathy Strain got the information for the caption in her book, explicitly identifying the lower figures in the pattern as hairy man. I have yet to find a source supporting this, and based on what we've already seen, it very well might be just her personal opinion again. But benefit of the doubt, maybe she asked a native Yokots about the photo back in the 90s, and they said that was a hairy man. Who knows? Hello, update from the future. This doesn't appear to be the case. After recording the original script, I once again reached out and asked the Tule River Tribe representative. They couldn't definitively identify the woman in the photo, but she might be the wife of Dick Francisco, Lucia Francisco, and this tracks with information I could find online. As for the pattern on the basket, they explicitly disagreed with Kathy Strain's caption. They said, and I am quoting here, the basket pattern shown is called a spring dance design and depicts Yokots people at a springtime ceremony. This interpretation, directly from the tribe itself, matches a caption for a Yokots basket with the same design in a book from 1909. The author of this book defines these are dancing humans, not hairy man. So yeah, in my personal opinion, I think the source was literally just made up, because it's not even right.
So he actually gets into it, and you guys, the information. These are just small little clips of some main points, but a lot of different, more detailed main points that he gets into of the creatures and the stories of the different graph that we're actually going to take a look at right now. But he actually gets into how Kathy Strain just made up some stuff and fabricated the Yokots pattern of the hairy man, and it's a dancing pattern, normal. It's a very common everyday pattern that the Yokots people would do. And the fact that Kathy Strain cropped the photo and used as hairy man and was some information that she got from the elder. See, now that is some hoax. It's a lie, right? He's pointing that out. He actually got backed up with sources from the tribe. And so I think this is another reason why the tribe didn't like what information that Kathy Strain put out, because, apparently some of it is made up. Some of it doesn't that are not credible. Of course, when she just sources some stuff in her book, it's made up. I have not read the book in a very long time, to the point where, I think it might have been. I don't even think I've ever read it, honestly. I've certainly never bought it, but I don't think I've checked it out at libraries and stuff because, well, I don't remember anyways. But he purchased the book. You guys, I'm sure a lot of different people have the book, and it might be beneficial for you guys and us to look up the stories and references and sources and go and try to find the actual stories and sources and references. See if there's omitted stuff, which he did find in some of the stories, at least that he pointed out, and some of the discrepancies when it comes to long a giant with a hat, our own opinions of, as he pointed out, the snake with big feet and how it translates into a Bigfoot, which it does not, because it's its own very specific story with meaning, and that's what it is. It's a story that is its own association with different archetypes and meanings and outcomes and struggles and good and bad and personalities of people and struggles of tribes and moralities and stuff. A lot of these stories and stuff are kind of like that. And so to take a story about a snake with big feet and say that it's Bigfoot that Kathy Strain did and put it in her book is pretty so honest, right? And some of the stories where they you omit some text in the sources. So he points it out pretty. He actually points out some more stuff that I invite you guys to go check out. And that's where we have, of course, a lot of people reference her book as the of Native American Bigfoot information, right? But in fact, Trey the Explorer just pretty much goes and pokes holes in that theory, because 70 and out of his list, she had 75%. Let's pull up the list right now. Let's pull up the list. Out of this list, wrong thing. Pull list. So it looks. Can you guys see it okay? Do I need to make it bigger? I think I can zoom in a little bit. We roll slowly and stuff, but there's 155 different names of creatures on this list. 75% of this list of these creatures were in Kathy Strain's book and geared towards Bigfoot in Native America. Even though if you read each individual story, there is not hardly any similarity stories, and a lot of just descriptions of some of these cannibal giants and giants have descriptions of them being hairy, but talking or using tools and being like Native Americans and stuff. So a lot of different tribes. We go back over here because it moved on me. All right, so I don't have the picture of the graph to pull up. I don't think he has a picture of the graph either. All right, so anyways, he has Cannibal Dwarf from the Now I'm gonna be butchering a lot of these different names because I'm not reading on some of these names, especially if they're from the West, Southwest, Pacific North Coast. I'm really associated with Great Lakes region of Native American stuff, so that kind of stuff I have no idea how to say. But a lot of this stuff that he found are from book stuff. He has the dates of recordings, so you can find a lot of these references from books like I said, written from English authors who from Native American storytellers, from actual Native American in the 1800s who told stories of their culture, who were that were English taught in schools. Of course, some authors from the early 1900s who tried to seek information at that time about it. You have French and missionaries who have documentation and stuff too. On and not included in the list. Okay, let me. Can I scroll down? I don't have my. Okay, whatever. So, let me. I have to go back for a second. Need to look at something about the colors. But anyways, this is the list that he put together, and as you see, the description name literally means. Now, 75% of this list was in Kathy Strain's book, or these names are in other list of Bigfoot names for the names for Bigfoot in Native American languages. And so some of these cannibal dwarfs and stuff literally means translates to little people. Comes from the Nervec culture. The Yupik strange creature from the mountains stands about a foot off the ground, small, fiery eyes, runs on two long arms. It hoots. Sounds like a sulbua. But the main point about this creature is it runs on two long arms and does not really have much of anything else. So a lot of people would associate that for Bigfoot. It's not. And all of these, only the red that you see on here is one of the 17 Bigfoot creatures that he associated through his criteria. You got to pull up the. Okay. So you have a mixture of stuff. So there's gray, you have gray, blues, indigo, greens, pink, yellow, and a reddish. All from different giants, chimeras, wild Indians, basket women, spiritual safe shifters, and personifications, and all of these and stuff. So yellows and stuff are giants and stuff right here. Powerful giant, lives in a roundhouse, plays games. Rock giant, big as a pine tree. Cannibal, visits villages and eats them. This comes from Miwok, and these are the different names right here. So you have the names or the description of the name. If cannibal giant and stuff, he didn't have the actual Native American different names for them. The tribes from the culture. Differenced. He doesn't have names of books or stuff on here, but the description, a little description. Powerful giants, lives in a roundhouse. That would not be considered a Bigfoot because it lives in a roundhouse. It plays games. It uses tools. Probably speaks Native American. Even though if you read it and you might consider that Bigfoot like enough, because well, what do we have? We don't have even though it doesn't say hairy creature in the story. It fits our description of a giant, right? And everyone's experiencing these hairy giants, right? So it must be, well, it has to be, these stories of the hairy giants, even though it's a giant Native American who's a cannibal. He lives in a house or uses tools. It's associated with Bigfoot. We're not experiencing water serpents. We're not experiencing little people as on a grand scale like we do with Bigfoot. We're not experiencing water spirits, water. There's different creatures actually. Flying heads, the flying head creatures. Two-Face, Iron Nose, which is Iron Nose actually is associated with the Bigfoot in Kathy Strain's book, but in Iron Nose story, and Trey talks about this, it extends literally like Pinocchio out, and is made, of course, of a metallic material. Oh, Texas Jack points, but I feel like he approached the subject too literally. No account for hyperbole or embellishments that are always guaranteed to be part of stories retold for generations. Yeah, I think he did. I think he did a good job. I think he's just his point of view, his his spectrum of things. I wouldn't say he's too biased, but he's coming from his side, right? He did a great job putting all the information together. It's correct that in most of Kathy Strain's book, or on most of the lists from was Expedition Bigfoot Museum, and whatever other one we can play in the first clip. Those lists are not honest when it comes to real Bigfoot names that are associated with the Native American tribes that it comes from. And they're lumping together like, flying heads and different Crimeas and Champ. We can look at, and we have the website that we could look at some of these monsters and stuff, but they're lumping together a lot of different stuff. Some of these stone giants that we'll look into. Let me get back to the list. So some of these are rock giants, as big as pine trees. Some of these are rock giants disguised as a big rock in the woods, right? Of course, these are Native American names. Low is those names. I don't know how to say them. The Wintu. The ogre, nondescripted giant, prefers eating people, women, weak spot, ankle. Some of these stone giants are literal rock giants made out of rocks. They have a basket. Some of these, and he also talks about in the full video, some of these rock giants are slayed rock giants. White rocks claim to be his bones. Some of these giants are made by, right here, like Amazon-like evil women with baskets, owl women, right? Which is not Bigfoot-like, and they are on like witches, evil women with taller than I don't know. Since right there, taller and larger than normal humans, wearing leggings, roast meat on fires, talk. Do you think that's Bigfoot? Right? Not very Bigfoot-like descriptions. Literal giants were made out of rock, carries a basket, also made out of rock with spikes in it, lives in caves, eats young women. And some of these stone giants, the stereotypical, the Bigfoot rubbing itself in mud, but are actual like stone. What the frick? Stone golem made out of ice or made out of stone that literally have crystals in the middle of them, and that are made by witches, evil stuff. Some of these stories of these stone giants, of these stone golems like creatures, where it's literally a golem brought together by magic with a little gem inside or such things, which is hardly Bigfoot-like, but the name would get associated with it because it's a big giant stone giant, stone giant. But if you read the actual details of all of the stories that you would ever read or hear, there's a lot of different unique details and entities and spooky, crazy spiritual stuff, crazy cryptids lost to us, but they really don't rack up to being a Bigfoot. And that's the plain and simple fact. And it's because we don't experience all these different things out there, right? We're not experiencing giant stone golems made by witches out there in such weird things when it comes to magical and spiritual entities that are when you read the stories of Native American stuff, we're not experiencing those kind of creatures or those kind of figures or archetypes and stuff. Go over back to StreamYard. Yeah. I think again, some of these, I think, kind of a no-brainer that it's not Bigfoot. I think when you read some of the stories, and they're talking about giant Indians, when you get into some of these cultures and you get you listen for themselves, there's plenty of videos on the internet, plenty of different articles of elders speaking of what they Bigfoot. Some in a lot of different tribes have different takes on it, and some just don't have any, or not, but some reference it as the elder stuff type 2. So some of these stories where they're just a giant Indian might be considered Bigfoot if you consider Bigfoot being able to use tools as Native Americans, being able to speak with natives, but it doesn't fit the criteria of modern day Bigfoot. All right, so let's move the list down. So right here, from the Cheyenne and stuff, is a cannibal cave-dwelling creature, 12 feet tall, covered in hair. Quote, he is hair-covered man like Bigfoot. Applies from that 2005 book. I don't think he had the sources and stuff. And the Mew Pits stuff comes with Comanche, different stories and stuff. Of course, the dwarf and giant. Giant lives in caves before white man came. So right here you have different stories and different names for giants coming from the Comanche that he does not consider as Sasquatch. Now, see, this is the Mitputes, of course, interviews sometimes seen as cannibal owl man. Others see it as something like a Bigfoot or Sasquatch, clearly influenced by pop culture. And that is because there are different stories and possibly different entities. And just because the owl man transforms into a giant-like creature that devours people and is hairy, I think in one of the stories that I read, it gets associated with Bigfoot. So there is like a Bigfoot-like creature. There are, and from the same exact tribes, that even on his own list, even called by the same name, creatures that would reference the owl man and reference also from the same tribe are giants and stuff called by different names. That is a nondescript giant and dwarf, which is a little person with a quiver of arrows. Talk like fairy tales. Giant lifts up the entire house. Because he is a lot bigger. These giants and stuff in neighboring culture are about twice the size of the Bigfoot. He referenced the size of Bigfoot being between 6 and 9 feet tall. 9 feet tall, he would not consider a Bigfoot on the list. So a lot of these giants are, 12 to 20 feet tall. Some of these giants are as tall as pine trees, up to 150 feet tall. Some of these giants are 200 or something. But some of these giants that are 200 or 100 feet tall or 40 feet tall, 50 feet tall get told as big. No, there's just over exaggeration by the Native Americans because that's what, us Bigfoot researchers think. Let's keep going down. Got to the Pawnee stuff. First man to live on the earth, Indians. Atheists who were killed by God, possibly a reference to the mammoth floods, used great stone clubs and flint knives. So here's a story from the Pawnee, the drowned giants, right? Which is kind of creepy when you talk about the flood and the Nephilim and stuff, right? The first men to walk on the earth. This is a very short description, but there are some very interesting references to floods and giants and spirits and demons and good and bad things with the Native Americans. And I think it's so fascinating because it comes from a culture and cultures that basically, was just destroyed, 300 years ago, 400 years ago. And it's so crazy to think that how much information is lost, how much knowledge of everything, all of this, compared to what it was just 200 years ago, 300 years ago, 400 years ago, of course. So here we have some of the, I know I'm skipping around a little bit because we have a lot, we have to get into the other stuff. Some of the stuff from the Iroquois are the stone giants. Here we have the flying head reference. Giants. Stone giant girl is a wife of an abusive stone giant, fleeing the abusive husband, talks in Native American. Nondescriptive stone giant, exterminated with the help of Indian, sent to the abyss, talks in Native American. Nondescriptive stone giant cannibal. So to him, it's not descriptive enough to be included in the Bigfoot narrative, even though us Bigfoot talk about, oh yes, the stone giants from like the Cherokee or the Iroquois and stuff, or all these other tribes, the Micmac. So right here, the flying heads from the Iroquois, the flying heads is very famous Iroquois legend, right? That gets lumped, for some reason, the name gets lumped into this Bigfoot category on, and not all the lists. A flying head of hair, beard, 2 bird-like legs, flies like lightning, turns people into stone at a glance. Sometimes had wings like a bat. The story is cited to be one of the only one very minor source as a Bigfoot story. It's cited as a very minor source. So here is a very interesting one, is the Rougarou, right? From Turtle Mountain, Ojibwe, is a dog / wolf-headed werewolf, likely has French origins because it's similarity to the loup-garou word for werewolf in French. And that is true because there is no Ojibwe legend of the Rougarou. That is made up. That's not true. That is not, and see, he has no even reference for it. That because there is now. I'm going to show you some information that says the same thing. That was 20 years old now. It's because when early French colonists, French traders, and Jesuits came over here, the loup-garou, when Native Americans pronounced it, sounded like Rougarou. And so the Native American stories of the Wendigo, these cannibal giants and these witches and the different stories got associated with the Rougarou because the mispronunciation of the word for werewolf in the French and these legends got intertwined and stuff. So when you hear, some storyteller tell you that there's an Ojibwe or Cree Rougarou Native American story, and he's talking, and it's talking from an elder and stuff, from my knowledge and from most knowledge you can find from the internet, that's not even real. So it's there's so much misconceptions out there, because I know the Rougarou it's a pretty heavy down, especially in the French Louisiana and different southern states down there. I know there's different references to that, but anytime it's referenced the northern tribes and stuff, it's almost guaranteed not to be even a real thing. It's almost a French made up legend and association from the mispronounced word. So this Wittigo right here is from the Cree, which is almost a sister tribe of the Ojibwe. They speak the very same family language of the Algonquin language group. And what the Ojibwe would say, Windigo, the Cree would say Wittigo, or however you would pronounce that. I'm probably butchering it, which is a cannibal monster or spirit that possesses a person, rendering them monstrous. People were turned into Wittigo. When they commit sin or cannibalism, of course, the heart and skin is turned to ice. It almost all of the Wendigo or Wittigo stories that get grouped into the Rougarou stories. These stories are monsters who are cannibals who transform. And a lot of the Rougarou stories have influences from the Wittigo stories, the Wendigo stories, or some of the witch stories or transformer stories of these tribes. And so this is funny because a lot of the it's just a lot of misinformation. So let's keep scrolling down. Of course, right here we have the Bogs. The woman who eats the hairy woman from the Shawnee, and is a hairy woman who eats nuts in the cave. She is a woman, but she was right hairy all over. That is the quote. Lived with her in the cave for 2 years. Oh man, had a kid with her, and then one side of it was hairy, the other side was slick, and then the woman kills the kid and tries to leave. Yep. And then yep. So that's a very famous story told, and that comes from the Shawnee. And that's very one that I've read and heard over the years. Of course, there's actually, so this Native American story is a good information, because the Shawnee tell about a Native American who meets a hairy woman in the cave, and they have a kid together. They live there for 2 years, right? As the man wants to leave and go back to his own people, the hairy woman gets upset and she rips the child in half. And the child, and this is so funny too. So the story is, she rips the child in half and she throws the furry side to the Native American, and she keeps the skin side to herself. So that's the story that I've read and stuff and heard too. And of course, that story kind of talks about it. There's another story with the colonial influence that has a white man that does that and is thrown back the body and stuff, because some white influence, some colonial influence, heard the story and transformed it and stuff. So there's a couple different versions of that story floating around in the Bigfoot community. All right, so let's so cannibal woman and stuff is a short, stout woman, caught children, gummed their eyes shut, usually with pine pitch. A lot of different stories have pine pitch stories of gumming their eyes up, carried them off in a basket and ate them, and lived in a cave destroyed by white people. There's a lot of different basket women or these cannibal giants. They don't really have to be basket women that are described as, carrying kids away and eating them and living in the cave. Now, although it's not really described as a Bigfoot, it is described as cannibal. And I think a lot of the cannibal references, I'm not quite sure. I do know the tribe said that they were cannibals. They ate people, and that it's not really a mistranslation into Native Americans. Let me do that. But cannibal means, people eating each other, people eating people. So when they're referencing a cannibal giant, are they seeing a giant person? A person that looks like enough that they're calling it a cannibal and stuff, They don't call bears cannibals, Native Americans aren't calling bears cannibals. They're not calling other predator wolves cannibals when they're typically talking about wolves preying upon them and in different stories, But when they talk about cannibals and such, I'm not quite sure what the native stories, what they were seeing, because, cannibals and references to cannibalism is people eating people, right? And so that is, I think, why, and also I've associated some of these giant tales with that, because they're seeing something that looks human enough that they're saying it's a giant, it's cannibal, and it's a woman, right? It's not a giant cannibal bear, right? It's clearly a woman. Clearly it's human enough, or it's something enough that it's a cannibal. But is it Bigfoot? Well, it's not described as hairy, so but do all Bigfoots have hair? This is why there's this misconception. This is why a lot of these stories gets lumped into the Bigfoot thing. I mean, even myself, I find it hard to some of these stories to think, well, that some of the different details sound like Bigfoot, living in a cave. Sometimes they're hairy. Sometimes these basket women are hairy. Sometimes those giants are described as having hair. Sometimes the Wendigos are described as being big and hairy giant cannibals. Sometimes they're described as other things, spiritual. So it is pretty hard to go through and think, well, sometimes, like right here, tree structure from the Lumai, a short and hairy man with a cane hits trees with it. When he hits a tree, it falls over. Okay, so this one right here, he doesn't have the Native American name to it, but the reference of the tree structure comes from this tribe. And it's a short, hairy man with a cane, and it hits trees with it. I mean, isn't that what Bigfoot does? He tree knocks, right? He's a hairy man with a cane, and he tree knocks with it. And sometimes he hits a tree and it falls over, like trees get pushed over. That is pretty Bigfoot-like in description, right? Other than it's short. So, a lot of stories are kind of like that. It's like, well, it sounds like a short Bigfoot doing it, or, or it's not even a Bigfoot creature, or, is it a dwarf? Is it one of these little creatures? And that's where the problem is you have opinions when people read these stories, and that's all it is, because we don't have the information from elders from the time period that the stories were actually being told originally. We also, now a lot of us don't go to the elders and ask and stuff. And, a lot of times I would say that they're probably not very receptive to wanting to tell you everything that they might know. It might take a long time too, because of some of the stuff that, just the negative impact they could have on them when all these Native American, let's face it, all of the Native American tribes and cultures and people that you would speak with are struggling in their own ways. And so it is, it's pretty hard to get any information now, but it's almost impossible to understand what they really meant at the time. And the best we have is this English transcribed stuff. And a lot of times it isn't very descriptive enough to swing you either way. I mean, you have a short, hairy person with a cane, right? A wooden stick cane that hits trees. A short, hairy man with a cane that hits trees with it. When it hits it, a tree falls over. I mean, some people might say that's Bigfoot enough in description that it could be lumped with. I mean, I'm, tree striker. I mean, so yeah, we're getting these different stuff from different descriptions. Here's a man-like sea being, and there's a couple of these creatures on these lists that were a sea creature, or a water spirit. It took human wife and eventually started to look like him. Giants have no joints in their legs, so they are stiff. Cannibal woman, wild Indians, they cannot bend their legs. Husky, which is kind of similar to the stiff leg giants who have stiff legs right here. But of course, these are giants, and of course, these are wild Indians, right? So what are they seeing? Are they seeing giant wild Indians? Are they seeing giant feral people? Different monsters and different races, different spirits and stuff. So there's a whole different plethora of wild tribes, spirits, witches, ghosts, dwarves, a bunch of stuff. So here's one, Sasquatch. Of course, this comes from the Shillelagh, or I'm pronouncing that so wrong. Hairy hands, strong as bears, puts tree gum, right? Here's another reference to the tree gum, puts the tree gum on the eyes, or the pine pitch on the eyes to keep the eyes shut, speaks in a language that is not unlike the Douglas dialect, Native American tongue, lives in a cave, lives in caves covered with animal skins on floor, creates fires, friendly, smiles, acts very human-like, wild men. Sasquatch, one of the original, in fact, tribes saying it. I think we get the word Sasquatch. One of those tribes up there literally has the Sasquatch using Native American technology of fires, skin on floors, possibly tools. It does speak a Native American dialect that is closely related to the Douglas dialect, or the Native American tribes of the area. And so you had other stories of these giants on this list of putting tree gum on the eyes, or pine pitch in the eyes of people and putting them in the basket. Some of these, basket women did that, right? So there's a lot of different things that correlate together, even though they're wild women or they're different. So here is a name for Buckwaz. Of course, is associated with and is always usually associated with Bigfoot, right? And some of these channels are named Buckwaz. Harry and Sai, son of Danuskwa and a human man. Some of the Buckwaz stories are zombie-like water spirits, or zombie-like water ghosts. Not even Bigfoot-like at all, but they're like water ghosts of drowned people, or sad and deep and depressed people. Even though some of the stories are hairy. So I found that pretty interesting. All right, so let's just I believe some of these are spirits and stuff, like vampires and the little snake with big feet. All right, let's see if there's any questions. Get over here. Texas Jack said something. He assumes they behave like some pre-European contact as they do now. There maybe have been a massive cultural shift, thereby we all know appropriate baskets aren't for fetching. And see, a lot of the Native American stories when it comes to these giants, or even Bigfoot, as we'll get into, they talk. And they are, these giants are using tools, and their giants are trading and stuff. So it's hard to say because we don't see Bigfoot with a giant basket on his back plucking us and and taking us away. We don't really, but we do have missing people, right? There's a bunch of missing people still going on, which I find very interesting because because all the different basket women and different spiritual creatures and the stuff Native Americans have. Bigfoot is always to blame or something else, but we're not experiencing all the creatures and entities that the Native Americans talk about, which is pretty interesting. Or these cannibal giants or these ice giants that are totally just spiritual or like possessions, Native American spiritual possessions of the Wendigo, and you actually transform into a creature, and that is a spiritual possession, not even of a creature. So it's very fascinating. All right, so let's I don't think we're gonna have time to do this because I figured this is gonna be a couple parts that we're gonna do because of if we want to keep reading Native American stories after stories and after stories, it could get to a long time. But I do have a quick reference to show, and this is from the BFRO website, of course, and I thought this was funny because they say they have their pre-Columbian and early American legends of Bigfoot-like beings. And, we can look around and see some of the stuff. And so if we go over to the Iroquois, they talk about the stone giants. And this is, of course, more geared towards Bigfoot, right? And I'm not going to read these right now because there is no reference towards where these stories came from, especially when I point out this one from the Algonquin. There is no pre-Columbian or early. There's no pre-Columbian Native American references when it comes to some of this stuff on here. So I find it interesting. But here they have they talk about the hairy woman with Devils of New Hampshire. Stop sharing that. So you can find some stories and stuff on there that come from early colonialists, early Americans. All right. Let me close some tabs. I'm also reading it. I'm going to close this one because I don't need this. All right. So, oh, yes, maybe I could show this. Let's show this real quick because this is going to be important later also. Can I not show that one? Okay. For some reason, I'm not able to show the Mayak Duck Touch. It's actually a relic hominoid inquiry from January 1st to the 12th of 2012 from Kathy Strain. And she actually talks about the Mayak Duck Touch pictographs, which I was going to try to show you guys, but that's fine. Moving on. All right, so we're going to take a look at the list. Yes, the list. Let me get to it. I hope I didn't close it. Uh-oh. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Here. All right. I guess I did close the other one out because I can't find it. All right. Hopefully everyone's doing good. Can see me all right. Hear me all right. Got through that presentation pretty fast. I'm glad. We're at the 2 hour mark. We're going to keep going because we got some interesting stories to keep going that we're actually going to get into once this gets up here. Right here. All right, so you guys can see this. All right, so here's a very good website. And so this actually, out of all of, wait, let me get out of that, go back. Wait. Let me just go do this. All right. So as a collaboration of tribal legends and legend archives, there are also several pages from comparable legends of Native American stories of this tribe, including the Micmac. I know how to say that one. So this website is called nativeamericanlanguages.org, and you can find a whole plethora of information, not only from Native American legends, but how to speak a lot of different Native American tribes. And so you can use this for great knowledge. And this website has been around practically all my researching days. And so out of all of these Native American stories of legends, now these are different tribes, legends right here. Make sure you guys can see all this. Huge list of stuff of these different tribes. About 200, almost 200, or just over 200. I haven't counted every one, but I counted one column of just over 50. So you can read each different Native American tribes. Let me go back over to the list he had for I don't know, one of these tribes. Chinook. The Chinook Indians right here. See if they have any of the references and stuff. Here's a nice collection of links from traditional. Now, unfortunate thing about this website is it is so old that some of these links don't work anymore, which is a shame because back in the heyday, it would give you all the links and point you to good direction. So here's some mythological figures. Of course, they have Blue Jay, which is a trickster hero. And here is Boggs, right, which is large, hairy man, wild man of the forest. These different names come from different languages of the Chinook trade area. Boggs is most commonly used in Chinook folklore. Skookum is also common, but since this word just means big or powerful in the Chinook jargon, you got to remember in this language, Skookum is meaning that, but in a different language, it could mean something else. Because different sister tribes around them sometimes spoke different dialects, used words differently, spelt words differently, pronounced words differently. It is also refer to all sorts of creatures, which skookum, big or powerful. In the Chinook jargon, it is used to refer to all sorts of creatures, not just bogs. In most traditional Chinook legends, bogs are dangerous man-eating monsters. However, in others, they are more like benign, like the helico. I don't even know. Sasquatch. Hulk O melon. Mealworm. Sasquatch. This is another example of the Chinooks absorbing different versions of the stories from the neighboring tribes and trade partners. I am butchering that because I am not so familiar with this West Coast tribe, Pacific Northwest Coast tribe. So you can, right here is more Indian links and stuff of different interesting stories that you could have. Very Squamish is also next to them, which I think we get some of the yes, from the British Columbia, and they should have some Sasquatch and Bigfoot legends. I think some of this stuff, some of these tribes around here is where we get the name Sasquatch or Sasquatch or Squatch. Some of these might not have the references, but I have a bigger list. But a lot of cool things is too is there's audio resources, or at least they used to be. But a lot of the book links on this website actually takes you to real books on Amazon you can still buy. So it's pretty sweet. Go over here to Squamish Indian Legends. And let's skip down to they have a Transformer, mythological creatures, Raven, the Mink, basket ogres, right? A giant cannibal monster who catches human children and carries them off in her enormous pack basket. So they have legends of the Kalikikali, or the, yeah, I'm butchering that. But so this name would get associated with Sasquatch because it's a giant cannibal monster, even though I'm sure they have their own Sasquatch name. But this doesn't have every single thing. Get a little farther back. Oh. All right, let's remove that, and then we're going to go back to the other one. Because so what I'm trying to get at is the website puts together its own list of Bigfoot like creatures by its own criteria, and like Trey the Explorer, its list of all of its different categories of different monsters and different let me just read it. All right. Native American Bigfoot figures in myth and legends, right? Out of all legendary Native American beings, none have captured the imagination of non-native people as much as the Sasquatch and other Bigfoot creatures. So intense is this fascination that some Bigfoot enthusiasts seem to have labeled just about every mythological creature ever known in the Western Hemisphere as another name for Sasquatch. Not too bad for 20-something years ago. There are amusing collection of Native American names for Bigfoot online that include the name of giants, dwarves, ghosts, gods, underwater monsters, four-legged predators, an enormous bird, and a disembodied flying head. If you would like to learn more about some of these mythological creatures to be found on the list, please, of course, here's a link that we will actually be looking at, because there's plenty of different stuff. Of course, this link right here. If we interpret the English word for Bigfoot to only refer to creatures like Sasquatch, wild, hairy men of the forest that are human-sized or slightly taller, then here is our list of the Native American Bigfeet. Note that most of these legends are told by tribes of the Pacific Northwest region, Northern California, the Western Oregon, and Washington State, British Columbia, Alaska, and the Yukon Territory. There are also many stories involving wild, hairy men of the woods, wild men of the forest in the plains and the woodland tribes of the U.S., but most of these are forest dwarves, no taller than human toddlers. You can find some of those stars in our Native American Little People page, which we'll look at if we have time. Okay, so we have an understanding that out of all of their Native American stories and stuff that you could find on this website and reference to, which, give me a second, is a huge list, that huge list of over 200 different tribes that we clicked through and looked at the blogs. That 200 list of 200 something tribes, right? And all the information that this guy put or people put onto this website, they only have a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 26, give or take. I might have miscounted one. But a little bit more than what Trey the Explorer had, which is not too bad, which is actually very interesting because the data points show very similar findings, honestly, out of a bigger list that is compiled onto this website. You have a slightly bigger list of actual Bigfoot names and references, which is very compelling that Trey actually did a very damn good job. And these similar findings point to that there are misconceptions and a stereotype overlay of, oh, there's Bigfoot in almost every Native American tribe culture, and there's references everywhere, and there's tons of names, dozens of names and stuff. And well, not exactly, the truth is a little bit harder to find, especially when it comes to now if you again, now these are okay, so the Bigfoot figure is most common to folklore of the most Northwest Native American tribes. The Native American Bigfoot legends usually describe the creatures as 6 to 9 feet tall, very strong, hairy, uncivilized, and often foul-smelling, usually living in the woods, often foraging at night. Native American Bigfoot creatures are almost always said to be unable to speak human languages, using whistles, grunts, gestures to communicate with each other. In some stories, male Bigfoot, Big Feet, are said to be able to mate with human women. In some native stories, Bigfoot may have minor supernatural powers, the ability to turn invisible, for example, but they were always considered physical creatures of the forest, not spirits or ghosts. That is where the whole intertribal Bigfoot similarities end. However, in Bigfoot myths of some tribes, Sasquatch and his relatives are generally shy and benign creatures. They may take things that do not belong to them and even kidnap a human wife, but they do not harm people and might even come to their aid. And sometimes Bigfoot is considered a guardian of nature in these tribes. These more benevolent Bigfoot usually appear alone or a small family unit, and may exchange gifts or use sign language to communicate with Native American communities. But Bigfoot legends from other tribes describe them as malevolent creatures who attack humans, play dangerous tricks on them, or steal children. They may even eat people. These more dangerous Bigfoot monsters, known as stick Indians or bush Indians, are sometimes found in large groups or even villages which engage in warfare with neighboring Indian tribes. So this opinion of this native person who put together this stuff does include bush Indians and stick Indians, and also includes even if they did live in villages and stuff, would include them as Bigfoot. Some of these stories and stuff. So, and some of these can be found here. So this is the list compiled here. Buckwa. That's not Buckwas, Buckwas. I don't know how many say the Tasmanian Indian Bigfoot. So bogs from the Belkula Native Americans, which you can actually read a little bit of. These are large-haired wild men of the forest. Bogs are malevolent, dangerous monsters who may eat people or molest women, but in Chinook and Shayless versions of these legends, bogs are sometimes depicted as more benign beings, right? So different tribes have different stories and different variations of personalities of what they could consider as Bigfoot. While one tribe would consider them dangerous monsters, the other tribe would consider them as more benign beings, which is very, very interesting. You got the Basket Indians. Basket Indians are hairy wild men of the tundra in the Outla, and I don't know, other Alaskan Native American folklore, Alabaskan folklore. Bush Indians are very aggressive and often feature as boogeyman in stories told to children, sometimes kidnapping and eating children. So here's a reference again. Remember in the interview, the Native American elder who talked to Trey, or representative who talked to Trey, said, well, Kathy Strain just got told a bunch of kid stories because, they play the boogeyman to kids and stuff. That while that is true, they do serve as the boogeyman and are told to kid stories. And this is a whole tribe from Alaska talking about that. I think they downplayed it as, I think the tribe is downplaying the whole Kathy Strain and the Bigfoot narrative and downplaying as, oh, she just got told kid stories and stuff, even though a lot of the boogeyman stories are kid stories or are told to kids because the kids are the ones who are learning to become adults and stuff. So a lot of stories are geared towards talking towards not a lot of different Native American stories that don't pertain to Bigfoot or legends, are usually teachable stuff for learning. Of course, we have sometimes you go to these links and it's totally gone. So here's from the American Ethnologist, Journal of American. Sir, the enemy of every tribe, Bushmen, images of northern Alpha. I can't even say it. I can't even talk. So many different Native American words. So if you guys want to go and read more articles and stuff, here is some so that the website still does have some sources, not very long one. Abstract, a variety of Bushman images are found. I'm not going to mess with that right now because I have other stuff. We have the Chinook, or not the Chinook, the Sioux Indian, the Shatanka. And the Shatanka is spelled differently depending on the different tribes in the area. I know, I think the Omaha, and what's that guy? I can't remember his name. He spells Shatanka differently. The she, I think he spells it as SCH or CHE or CHI Tonka, right? So Shatanka. And here's some different alternate spellings, of course. Tonka. Now, but if you go to the Dakota, I want to say Omaha and stuff. So, because a lot of different tribes have very similar language and names, and just different pronunciations. See here, the different spellings. Is a Sasquatch. Is a large, shaggy woodland being of the Sioux folklore. Some of the people associated with the legend of Bigfoot. His name literally means big elder brother. And so that is, again, so different references when it comes to Bigfoot and giants, and Shatanka, right, is an elder brother, right? So we have, and this is a very key thing too. I want you to remember the elder brother. I want you to remember the pictured rock. because it is very interesting. And so I would suspect that a lot of different elder stories when it comes to the Shatunga elder brother, especially the ritual ones that are regarded in high secret, are probably very interesting with details that we would find very interesting because they are talking about Bigfoot or what they perceive as an elder brother or Bigfoot-like thing. So here was another one on the list was the Lofa. And you see the different alternative spellings, pronunciations. Lofa. So even though, and that's the problem too, is a lot of you, when you look at a Native American word, it doesn't mean that's how it sounds. And so here's a good reference is the Native American languages.org. You can actually learn how to say a lot of these Native American words in a more proper way. At least they try to give you references. You can click on each individual tribe and try to learn their languages as long as the information is on here. And some of the tribes on here that is talked about, they do not have any references to language because the language has died out. And some of these Native American, only have a few hundred, only a couple thousand people still speaking the language before it, and keeping the stories alive the original way before it's gone forever. So, the next 100 years, next 50 years and 100 years in Native American language surviving and storytelling and some of these secrets depends on our generation and the younger generations learning and keeping the traditions alive. So it's very frightening because I know there's so much information on so much different stuff that has been lost and is continuing to be lost. Lofa is a malevolent ogre-like monster of the Chickasaw folklore. His name literally means flayer or skinner, a reference to his gruesome habit of flaying the skin of his victims. In some legend, he attempts to abduct Chickasaw women. He's sometimes described as a giant. Other times, he is a large, hairy, smelly man. Sometimes, leading some people to associate him with Bigfoot, with the Bigfoot legend. Well, I mean, he's a giant cannibal or giant ogre-like creature, right? Here's Champy. Champy is a malevolent ogre-like creature. Oh. Champy is a ogre-like creature of the Choctaw folklore. He is a legend. In some legend, he attempts to abduct women. In others, he is a man-eater. Sometimes he is described as a giant. Others, he is a large, hairy man. Some people associate with him Bigfoot legend. Most of his feature is he smells, and the Champy's smell is so overpowering that a person cannot bear to be around him, making him difficult to fight. And of course, this kind of sounds like a Bigfoot, other than sometimes he has hair, sometimes he doesn't. So is it Bigfoot, is it not? I don't think. Large, hairy wild men of the forest, two different kinds of Sitkos that appear in folklore, powerful but compartmentally benign forest spirits, sometimes referred as the night people, similar to Sasquatch of the Helk O'Melon tribe. I'm butchering that. I'm sorry. So there's some benign, two different kinds, the powerful benign forest spirits, also known as the night people, or the fearsome, malevolent man-eaters, sometimes referred to as stick Indians. The two beings are often confused in folklore and anthropology alike because it is believed to be antagonize the spirits to call them by their true names. So general terms like Sitko, which means spirit, night people, and stick Indians are much more commonly used by North American Native Americans. again, points to they're not naming, the names of these actual beings are pretty sacred. And so here's another reference to that you get these two different beings confused because instead of calling them by their true names, they're using different names associated to them for the white man. So there's a lot of mixed information that has, because of religious purposes, and that's pretty much why we have a lot of misconceptions. All right, let me read some of these comments. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think he threw a baby or two out with the bathwater on some of these due to the assumptions based on his criteria. Yeah, definitely, because if they talked Native American, he threw it out. If they used tools or lived in teepees and stuff, he threw it out. And again, a lot of these stories don't have a lot of good descriptions, and the Native Americans aren't going into full detail of why they're calling these things cannibals, or why they're not calling them they're calling them giants, and they're not calling them like giant monsters and stuff, but referencing them as people instead of a mindless monster and stuff. A lot of these giants talk and stuff, right? Or want to take a wife, or they're cannibals and they're eating the people, right? Which would mean that, they're a type of people. Usually, cannibalism is not from animals or a bear or some other species. I think I already read these, actually, now that I look at the timestamp. All right. So let's get out of all this, because the woodsman. Last one. The woodman is a hairy Bigfoot-like wild man of the forest who moves silently and rarely reveals himself to humans. Frequently, he steals things or causes other minor mischief. In some stories, wild woodmen capture Alabathcan children or pursue humans and attempt to mate with them. In some tribes, such as the I'm so bad at pronouncing some of these names. There is said to be only one woodsman who is an immortal mythological character. In some tribes, the woodsmen of both genders are said to exist. They may overlap with bush Indian in some folklores of the same communities, but in most different tribes, they consider them to be different beings. Bush Indians are more aggressive, more human-like, and live in tribes, whereas woodsmen are solitary, stealthy, and do not kill people, per se. Of course, you have the wild woman story right here of a woodswoman. Two elders telling of a story of a woman who became a woodswoman. Okay, and then one mythological creature gets to mention is the buckwaz of the northwest coast. Buckwaz is not truly a Bigfoot figure, but bears enough resemblance, a man-sized creature covered in tangled hair, that he's often identified this way. Big difference is that which is missed by most folklorists is buckwaz is it's an undead monster. They are the ghosts of drowned people. Their bodies are depicted as stylized skeletons, and they spend their time trying to trick humans into becoming ghosts by offering them the food of the dead to eat. In this regard, they are slightly different than other Bigfoot creatures, who are considered to be real creatures of the forest, not like ghosts. So again, there's a lot of references to the buckwaz as being Bigfoot-like creatures even though some of the stories and tribes would reference them as ghosts, zombie-like creatures who, if you eat the food of the dead that they offer you, you would die and then you would turn into a Buckwaz like them. So, there's a lot of different misconceptions. There's a lot of overlaps. There's not enough overlaps for some of the tribes in names. So from here, there is a whole host of different Native American mythological characters, tricksters, transformers, gods, goddesses, of course, creators, monsters, which we'll get into, natural spirits, antagonists, animals, wise women, witches, ice cannibals, which is a whole giant, right? Giants, Bigfoot, which is what we just looked at, vampires, shapeshifters, mermaids, lake monsters, whole bunch of stuff. Then you have names of very specific Native American mythological characters. And Pukwudgie is a little person, or one name, the Rougarou, right? Let's take a look at that. Tribe affiliation, right? Rougarou, different spellings. Rougarou, all these different spellings. Rougarou, monster, tape shifter. Relatable figures in different tribes is the Wendigo. Comes from the Cree, the Metis. Rougarou is not an actual Native American word, but actually a that is a Native American tribe, which I cannot pronounce, but is a mispronunciation of the French phrase of loup-garou, which means wolfman. Some stories about the Rougarou come from the French werewolf legends. Some are adaptations of the Algonquin Wendigo or Witgo or ice giant stories about man-eating ice giants, and some are combinations of the two. In most Rougarou legends, a Metis person is turned into a Rougarou by catching sight of another Rougarou, not being bitten by one, as in the French werewolf legends, or committing the sins of cannibalism or greed, as in the Algonquin Wendigo legends. So again, this source from this Native American website, which was put together, I think, very fantastically, and for a lot of years ago, points to the reference, at least in Native American tribe. The Rougarou is a made-up name. It's not a real Native American legend of anything. That is a mispronunciation of the French word. And then you have basically the Native American stories and the French stories, and then of course the colonial stories and Native American and the American stories, to where you have, well, now you could find a whole host of Rougarou stories and all this. So I know there's a whole host of stories from the South, all this, but at least from the northern tribes and northern references from the Cree and the Ojibwe and Algonquin, Canada stuff, and Rougarou, it's not something that is legitimately something that should be trusted, and something that if you found and sourced back to, probably doesn't come to anything. And, I think with the time and effort put together from this website of all the different Native American stories and stuff that references to the Rougarou, they would put it, and he doesn't have anything from any of the tribes from the South. Generally get talked about as Rougarou territories and stories is that Louisiana, French, some of the Dogman encounter stuff, right? So the problem with Dogman is there's really not American legends on Dogman. There's a lot of Transformers. There's no Rougarou stories. There's a lot of different spiritual stories and stuff. So but that's a whole different subject to get into. But I did want to make reference to that, because if you do hear Rougarou story, ear should pop up if it's coming from a Native American a Native American elder talked about this, or told this Rougarou story, or what, especially of a northern tribe. Yeah, it doesn't. It's most likely fake. All right, all right. All right, so plenty of different names of different people, of things, of pretty interesting swamp women, right? Legends, Native American legends of swamp women, right? What is swamp woman? Well, the tribe affiliation comes from, and these are the different names of the swamp woman from these different tribes, and they are spelled differently. Some are English spelling, some are Native American spellings. Pa, Seg, Dua, Moose. Of course, swamp woman is a female ghost that lives in a swamp and makes mournful cries. Anyone who tries to follow the sound of her will be lost in the swamp and killed. We do not know of any complete stories regarding swamp women. She was primarily a boogeyman to scare children away into the swamp. By some tellings, swamp woman was more of a malevolent creature, intentionally luring kids to their deaths out of what she or out of spite, or that she could eat them. According to some other people, swamp woman was more of a tragic figure, a childless woman who calls children to her out of genuine loneliness, only die when her ghostly hands touch them. Other way, swamp woman is less of a mythological character and a parental reminder. Waba Kiss, I can't really say those tribes, has that is never a good idea to play in the swamp, especially after dark. So, swamp woman lures you into the swamp, kills you. Only now, some people would reference, well, screaming Bigfoot in the woods, and she's luring people into the woods to kill them, and that's not true. I should have had this bigger for you guys. All right, so let's jump from that. Okay, so there's a lot of different stories. There's plenty of different cryptids and creatures and spirits and stuff that you could get into. Majority of them are not going to be right, even if they because there's different categories of them. And these stiff-legged bears are pretty interesting. They talk about stories of giant stiff-legged bears that would eat people, and modern scientists and philosophers and academic researchers think that they were talking about mammoths, but the natives were very adamant that these were like 20 plus feet bears that were eating them. And mammoths and elephants don't necessarily eat people. So pretty interesting. But there's a whole host of giant Native American, these giants of being described as 40 to 60 feet tall, 100 and 200 feet, or near the size of Bigfoot. Here is some native stories and Ogre's Big Owl Man from the Apache, right? Ice Giants, which I don't think that link works anymore, which sucks because it used to work in the back of the day. But Wendigos, right? Same thing. The Cree are actually a language group. Stone coats, right? And if we stone clad, I should say, stone clad is a monster from the Cherokee folklore, right? And how many times have stone giants of the Cherokee folklore? They're Bigfoot. All right. Well, the details of Stoneclad vary from telling to telling. There's only one, while others, there's a whole race of the Stoneclads. In some version, Stoneclad is man-sized, indeed, a human witch that is into an invulnerable monster, right? That doesn't sound like a Bigfoot. And others, he is a stoned skin giant, right? Like the stonecoats of the northern Iroquois tribe. In all the cases, he has rock-like plates of armor that protect him from fire, cold, and weapons. The sheer sapping of his magical powers, talisman, or exposing him to menstruating women. Okay, so in a lot of these stories, when they get associated with the stone giants, they want to say, oh, it's a Bigfoot rolling around in stoned mud and stuff. In some of the stories, it sounds more like that could be a plausibility. In some of these stone-clads or stone giants, the a witch is involved using magical powers to create a golem or self into this creature or to summon this spiritual thing. Of course, and rock plates of armor instead of actual stones, and it actually protects them from different types of magical elements, and is only defeated by sapping of the magical powers or by destroying a talisman and stuff, which gets into the spiritual magical side and really not to do with Bigfoot. So even some of the Cherokee stories of the stone giants, Stoneclads, if you read the actual story details, it's a pretty far stretch to include them as Bigfoot stories, right? Even though, how many times have you heard of the Cherokee legend giants and this and that? Not all the stories can be stretched to fit Bigfoot narrative. And so that's the misconceptions of things. I think this is the time. I don't think we're going to go too much longer. So I think we're going to special segment of the Native American story that I'm going to read. And first, let me make sure there was nothing else I wanted to show. I mean, we could go on and on to talk about each individual one and read story or different links stuff. And there is amount of different characters, creatures, monsters, and spirits. You see it. Little people, all sorts of lake monsters, sea monsters, and cryptid stuff that we're simply not experiencing, right? We're experiencing Bigfoot. And the reason why we want to find Bigfoot everywhere in all these Native American stories is because it seems to be the only one of at least thing that we are experiencing out there. So there has to be references to well, Bigfoot's in all the different, so the tribes have to reference Bigfoot. Well, they don't necessarily reference what we consider Bigfoot, but they reference different giants and cannibal spirits and stuff. But when you get into the gist of it, more than not, there's not Pacific Bigfoot characters in Native American cultures that we would consider Bigfoot, that they're at least telling us about, because what we're going to get into, which gets back to the hairy man Bigfoot pictograph, which I'm going to play real quick to get everyone's memory refreshed, because we're going to read about these different stories, a particular story that I think has very interesting references to this tribe and other tribes. So one of these things I was trying to look and find was trying to find the Native American stories on Sabe and Bigfoot, right? Because let me pull it up. And this is something I always talk about too. So let me go do this. And hopefully everyone could see the words properly. Hopefully it's going good. I'm a little nervous. I'm excited about all this. It's so much information. My brain's just splitting ends. It seems like, because I have to go through or could go through and talk about, and time's just flying by. Let me switch. Okay, I was to say, where is it? Hopefully you can see it. Hopefully I don't have to move too much. Did it work? All right. Right there. Sabe, honesty, right? And this is a reference that I talked about. And the Algonquin language group of Native Americans, which consists of several different tribes of northern Michigan, Great Lakes region, Canada, Maine, that way, the Cree over that way. There's several different language groups. I guess I could pull up the map. Where is story and stuff? This, I could do a whole show on just this, because it's just incredible information and stuff. And it's stuff that I love. I love talking about Native American cultures and tribes and all of this. So let me go over here. All right. So this is the Anishinaabe. Different ways of saying it, of course, depending on what tribe you're from. When you talk about the Anishinaabe or the Algonquin language group, we are generally talking, and this is many, but that the lines and territories get blurred because I didn't mean to do that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to. Let me do this. There we go. So basically, Algonquin, name of a tribe of the same Algonquin language group of Native American tribes, is basically all of this right here. All tribes speak the basic same language group family, even though it's different dialects and stories and stuff. They have overall the same characters of the hero, Nanabuzu, or Wanabuzo, or they spell it differently. There's a W in front of it. Sometimes there's S's and Z's. So, but they do have all the basic similar stories and cultures, and they do have basically the story of the Anasazi from the St. Lawrence River all the way over here, coming up over and around, and of course coming to Michigan and spreading out west. So some of these stories where you have the Ojibwe or the Chippewa or the Cree or the Ottawa, gets mixed in there together. So you have some references to the Rougarou from the Ojibwe and some from the Cree, even though it doesn't officially come from those tribes. It was associated and stuff, and that's why there's a mixture of sources where we say, well, because a lot of these tribes spoke very similar languages, and so when people and stories get told, especially when they were moved on the reservation, when one person says he talked to a Cree elder or an Ojibwe elder, the Ojibwe is the bigger tribe and stuff. So why some of these tribes are smaller, some of the story might have came from a Cree person at a time is associated with a Ojibwe, even though it's spelt the Cree way of spelling the Witico or Wendigo story or whatever, which sometimes is a pain in the ass. But anyways, out of that. So basically, all of those tribes right there. This story is of their cultural folk hero. A lot of different stories, and we're going to read about Bojo, and he is a typically known as a spirit in the Anasazi traditional storytelling among the Ojibwe or the Potawatomi, the Ottawa, and the Algonquin language groups. He's a trickster, a cultural hero. Sometimes he's portrayed as a kind of a dumb guy, kind of portrayed as stupid or foolish. He takes the shape of male or female or animal. In storytelling, he's known as a person with a lot of different qualities and stuff. When it depends on the story and what is trying to be told, or what lesson or trying to be taught pertains to. So he Nanabozo can take the shape of humans in storytelling, of course, all that, and talk to these different animals and stuff. He is and I want to show you guys a picture of him. Because it's awesome. So here is a picture of Nanabozo, pictograph, and Mesa Rock for an Nanabozo. That is him depicted, right? Very prominent figure in the Anishinaabe culture. And he's going to be the character that we're going to actually read about. And first, we're going to a Native American elder Sabe, and I want you to understand the cultural reference and stuff. So when you try to find Sabe and Bigfoot in the Anishinaabe culture and stuff, there's no typical stories of them and stuff. So the only references that we have of Bigfoot and Sabe and from these cultures are from here, is because they literally have the reference to it here in their stories of the prophecy of would be the seven grandfathers teachings and stuff. So some of these stories and stuff, I'm going to play the video right now, and then we're going to talk about, there's some discrepancies. And we're all right. So this one should be hopefully, maybe, I don't know. Oh, that is not it. Give me a second. I guess I didn't download it, which should take just once. We're going to hear a Native American elder talk a little bit about Sabe in reference to it, and one that actually depicts when talking about Sabe with the Bigfoot depiction, because some stories, when you read about the seven grandfather teachings, instead of Bigfoot representation of honesty, raven representing a but most of the time you can find it is reference to the hairy man or Bigfoot or the Sabe, Gitchi Sabe, which is giant, which is a giant and stuff. They're talking about a job. So Sabe and stuff, he's talked about as a giant and stuff, not necessarily hairy either. But in this reference, in this person, they are showing him as Sasquatch and stuff too. Well, even though in a lot of the stories he's not described as hairy when it comes to references to Sabe and Bigfoot. All right. All right. That should be good, I think. All right, so let's make sure we're good to go. It's almost downloading. You guys, 10 seconds left, give or take. We're going to listen to some reference to. She's from some type of Algonquin tribe. I'm not super sure what Pacific one. But the biggest Algonquin would be the Ojibwe. And you can find most of the stories from. All right. Should be good to go. And I appreciate everyone who's been watching and staying and stuff, because it's stuff so important, very important. Because there's so much misconception and too many people are throwing around the Native American stories of this and that and Rougarou and Bigfoot this and Dogman this and witches and shapeshifters and all this and the Navajo skinwalkers and skinwalkers that are associated with tribes 1,000 miles away that are not talking about the same thing. And we have more modern. All right, so let me get this ready. We have more exceptions than anything. So right here, they're talking about Sabe, and in this tribe, this particular elder and stuff, they are portraying it as Sasquatch and stuff. And I think a very key feature that you guys need to put into your brains is look at the eye imagery. Look at the eye imagery of the picture rock that we're going to show again. And this eye imagery is pretty interesting, I think. Let's take a listen to what this elder has to say.
This teaching is about honesty. The symbol of honesty is the sabe, which represents this law and reflects the understanding of honesty. The elders say that when you're honest and have nothing to hide or be ashamed of, your spirit is the size of the sabe. When you lie or do something that is not good, it affects your spirit, not allowing it to grow strong. It does not feel good when you know you have done something wrong and hidden it. When one does this, it eats away at your conscience and it affects how you feel. So in order to have a good spirit, you must be honest to ourselves and to others. To be truly honest was to keep promises one made to others and to oneself. Honesty is the best policy. Do not lie, steal, or gossip. Keep your life simple and speak the truth. Be honest with yourself. Living your life in an honest way keeps things simple and peaceful. Choose honesty and kindness as your guides, and happiness will follow you.
Let me stop it right there. And you guys can look at the imagery and stuff that they have for Sabe, and they are proudly displaying it as Sasquatch. And Sabe in Algonquin and stuff, and this particular story of the seven grandfather teachings of how to live how the Anishinaabe or the people should live a good life, and how to live through honesty and bravery and courage and different stuff, truth and love. That's how they live. I'm trying to pull up the story real quick to give a little reference, but there is no, Bigfoot per se stories when it comes from this culture, but they do have Wendigo stories of evil spirit possession ice giants. They do have cannibal giants described as not this spiritual entity, or not this creature. Total different. That's what I'm saying when they're talking about Wendigos and they're talking about some of these other giants or man-eating creatures. They're some of these tribes, in particular they're not talking about what they consider Sabe, who was a giant. Gitchi Sabe, giant Sabe, or great Sabe, great honesty. They're and we're going to take a little bit more look into, possibly why honesty in Bigfoot or Sabe is referenced as particular Native American culture. And again, this is like the pictograph of the I forgot the tribe that we're going to show, the eye imagery and stuff. It's a very sacred spirit or sacred entity in their culture and stuff. And of course, Gitchi Sabe, I'm guessing, is not his name, because it just means giant and stuff. So there's more information that is being held on to that we don't know about, and all the speculation and stuff of non-Bigfoot-like creatures. And then when the tribe really talks about Bigfoot-like creatures, there's of course more spiritual side to these things than we give them credit to. All right. Let me refresh our minds of the pictograph, because it's important that we hear that. All right.
Touch of the Yokuts, just like the Gagat of the Haida, is a favorite for Bigfoot believers to cite in discussions of the native origins of Bigfoot. The Yokuts reside in modern-day, like many are not particularly compelling to the Bigfoot Sasquatch believing cause, at least in my opinion. The 3 stories collected by Kathy Strain herself in the early don't describe him in much detail aside from walking on 2 legs, having big feet, and being hairy. One of the stories, How People Were Made, story about all the animals of the earth taking turns on what they think the first human should look like and be like. Each one has their say: fish, humming, lizard, owl, condor, coyote, and lastly, hairy man. But there is a final disagreement between Coyote and hairy man. Coyote says, "People should be just like me because I am smart and tricky, so have them walk on all 4s. Hairy man shook his head and said, "People should walk on 2 legs like me." Now, curiously, a friend of mine, thank you Miles Greb, the Thule Reservation of the Yokuts, purchased an official book published by the tribe themselves. In the 2008 book, Bigfoot and Other Stories, there's this How People Were Made Yokut story that is very similar to Kathy Strain's version, except the tribal storytellers have replaced hairy man with grizzly bear. Its version goes like this: Eagle and Coyote made people by taking the and shaping it like a man and woman. Grizzly bear said should be able to stand on their hind legs like me, and they should have no tail. So, add information as you will. In any case, Coyote and Hairy Man agree to settle the disagreement by racing to a rock. Whoever wins decides if humans should walk on 2 legs or 4. Hairy Man, of course, wins. Leah just cheats. and the animals draw the two-legged humans in the soil and breathe life into them. Proud of his creations, Hairy Man greets these newly formed humans, but the humans are frightened of his appearance and run away. This makes Hairy Man very sad. That is why when all the animals draw their pictures on the rock, Hairy Man drew himself sad. That is why Hairy Man's picture is crying to this day. This rock is now called Hakiyu, or the Painted Rock, and it still exists on the Thule Reservation, along with the drawing of the crying Hairy Man. Believers have focused on this rock and the painted figure a ton. As you have no doubt noticed, it serves as the cover for Kathy Strain's book. It is used on the Wikipedia page for Bigfoot under in early records. Not one, but 2 replicas of it are featured in the Expedition Bigfoot Museum, a book geared towards children that I found in the Museum Day, California.
All right, so I think the key points is the whole story, the creation story, right? The original story, and this is what and this is what I find fascinating: the original story and the whole run of the Hairy Man or of the Maya Daktach dying because of the people seeing him being too scary. In 2008, the tribe put out the official book changing the narrative of grizzly bear. And the next segment, which we are not going to play, you can go back. They say that Maya Daktach means Bigfoot, not Hairy Man. They also say that that is not his true name and that his true name is sacred and stuff. To me, placement of grizzly bear with Maya Daktach is 180 different opposition turn. Like the story about Maya Daktach and you have a sacred name to him, changing it to grizzly bear seems totally different. And now there's this sacred man. There's a name to that. And again, I think the whole Kathy Strange thing forced them to kind of change things to not really be as they were being perceived as. But the Maya Daktach story is very fascinating. This imagery is very fascinating. And I think the next story that we're going to talk about is very similar in incantations, like the Sabe. Sabe is kind of referenced the same imagery of the eyes and stuff, and same figure-like person. So we are going to read a story, and I was kind of debating on reading, before the story and stuff, because there's a build-up and stuff, and I think we should build up and read the build-up of the story, and it won't take too long. It's only a couple pages and stuff that we're going to read. I think, it needs to be read first because this is the story, how the story goes, right? So we are going to read that. Let me get it situated. And we're going to move that. Now, this story that we're about to read comes from the same culture where Sabe is representation of honesty. In the Sabe, if you Gitchi Sabe and stuff, and one of this stuff when I looked, I don't have it pulled up, was talking about a giant. Gitchi Sabe was described as a great giant or a great spiritual thing. And you can find a lot of time when they talk about the 7 grandfather teachings and they talking about Sabe, they describe him and they have his sign as a big foot. And it's very, of course, I find it very intriguing that it represents honesty and the whole reason why. Of course, when we read this story and stuff, I think it brings it all together. Let me shut this off. Don't need this. Let me close out some of this crap. Some more stuff because we don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this right now. Don't need that. Don't need that. 7 grandfather teachings. If this is not the story, then no. Right. All right. So this is the same character and stuff from all the different tribes of the Anasazi, or not Anasazi, Anishinaabe, the Anishinaabe or the Anishinaabe, depending on if you're Ojibwe or Potawatomi or Ottawa or Cree, you pronounce it differently. Same way you would pronounce Nanabozo, even though, and this is Wanabozo. Now I'm more used to comfort and comfortable pronouncing it Nanabozo, and that's how it is spelt in the Potawatomi style and some Ojibwe styles of spelling it and saying it, but there are other ways of spelling, which is Wanabozo and stuff. So Wanabozo, Nanabozo, it's the same character and stuff. And a lot of different tribes throughout the whole country actually have stories that are, when they talk about the cultural hero, transformer, shapeshifter guy, they have very similar stories of this character of the same story, but it's just called a different name. It's very fascinating stuff. Very, very, very fascinating stuff. So this story we're going to read. And of course, Nanabozo is a real... let me get that back up. So remember, this is Nanabozo right here. This is the story of the guy pictured on the rock right here. Nanabozo, right? Nanabozo. And that is what he's portrayed on as rock. So this is very historical, very important cultural figure who does a lot of different stuff to in the Native American legends and stuff. So Wanabozo, however it's spelled, it's the same guy. So I am going to probably be better, more comfortable saying Nanabozo, because that's how I've been saying it, practicing most of the time I've ever talked about this. So on the survived the flood that purified the earth. It purified all of the earth, purified the earth of all. The little muskrat gave his life in diving down to the water and bringing up a small piece of earth. The turtle bore the weightiest piece of earth on its back, and it was transformed into a huge island. This was the way that life began for Earth's second people. Make sure it's full screen for you guys, okay? And that was the previous story. When Nanabozo saw that his task was done, he rejoined his firekeeper's daughter. She had been given a place by the side of the crater to make her home for all time. This place was in the east. The fire of her brightly and announced each day the coming of the morning sun. He spoke with the firekeeper's daughter. For many years, I have been doing task after task that has been set before me. I've had to put aside my own wishes and desires. There are still questions that I have not answered for myself. I have never seen my own mother and father. I must find my father. I must know what happened to my mother and my twin brother. It is a thing I must do. The firekeeper's daughter was torn with her own desire to have Nana remain with her in their lodge, but at the same time, she recognized that Nana Bojo must accomplish these tasks before he could really be a full man. Her feelings about Nana Bozo leaving reminded her of the teachings that the Creator had given her, and that Nana Bojo, when they were blessed with children, the responsibility was to care for them and to work of the Creator. They were never to feel that they owed they were never to feel that they owned their children, or that the work or the desires of the children should be as their own. She remembered the ache in her heart when she saw her children leave their home to go each of the 4 directions. She was proud that her children represented the beginnings of the first people of the earth. The firekeeper's daughter realized that she must give Nana Bojo the same freedom that she had given their children to seek out their path in the Creator's plan. She knew that the Creator's plan would not lead Nana Bojo out of her life. Their marriage commitment was sacred and lasting for all time. The Creator had a plan for each of us, and no husband or wife, mother, father, friend, or foe should prevent a person from fulfilling that plan. To do so would deny our sacred existence on this earth. Life in comparison would be shallow and meaningless. This does not mean that we can turn our back to our loved ones when they need us. To live a harmonious life, one must reach the Kichiwakusa, a balance, opposing forces. Joe returned to the earth and he started where a great body of salt water seemed to stretch far forever to the east. The Atlantic salt water, the Atlantic coast. So in the story, I think it's listen to the details of where he goes. Okay, so he starts off. He returns to the earth and he starts where there's a great body of salt water that seemed to stretch far away to the east. Nana Bojo traveled west, just as he had before on his journey, where was interrupted by the beautiful song of the firekeeper's daughter. Somehow he knew that the land of the west, he would find his father. As he rested each night, he watched the moon as she went through her changes. The movements of the moon across the sky seemed sacred to Nana Bojo. First, she appeared as a small, crescent-shaped silver in the sky. Slowly, she revealed half of the circle of the light. Slowly, she revealed her full face to Nana Bojo. He was to pass down to the earth people knowledge. He was to pass down to the earth's people knowledge and respect for the moon's phases. Each face she wore was to become an important measure of the time for the earth's people. The moon and her phases would reveal to the people important times of great power, planting, meditation, and fasting. I'm sorry if I'm having trouble reading. The text is kind of small on my end. I'm sure it's small on your guys' end. Okay, let me try to zoom in. That might be easier on both of us. How does that look in your guys' end? Looks a little bit better. All right. One night, the moon rose as a solid circle of light in the eastern sky. Nana Bojo was breathless at her beauty and power. As the moon flooded the earth with light, Nanajabo was flooded with thoughts of his grandmother. He wondered if she was able to get enough food and stay warm on these cold nights. Many stories about different stories about his grandmother. Manitou are different spellings of stuff. Generally means, so there's a Gitche Manitou means great spirit, and some Ojibwe and same great spirit or the creator. And sometimes in different legends, you'll see Manitou referenced as different things. Suddenly the Manitou spirit of his grandmother spoke to him. It seemed as though she was speaking from the moon. She told Nanajabo the Creator had rewarded her by giving her the moon as an eternal home. She had told him how it was her purpose to watch over the women of the earth and to guide their lives. She told him the powers of the moon and how the moon was womanhood and the cycle of birth. She explained that women was used by the Creator to cast light of knowledge, and just as the moon cast its light on the earth. Alone, man is backwards and underdeveloped. He needs the light that woman gives him to make him whole. In closing, his grandmother said to him, "The moon, as a woman, is the counterpart to the sun. At some time in our journey, and at some time in your journey, you will be given a sign that the sun will explain this relationship to you further." Nanajabo wondered what his grandmother meant by the sign that the sun was going to show him. He was happy that his grandmother was safe, and that her life had been fulfilled. He realized that he did not have to take care of her anymore. He knew, too, that she would watch over and guide him on his quest. Nanajabo continued on his journey to the west. He came to a land of a great Maguawas forest. He came to a land of a great forest, beautiful rivers, and deep blue lakes. Once at a river, two of the great lakes he stopped at. Once at a river between two of the great lakes he stopped at a waterfall. The falls and thinking about the journey that was in front of him. This of great power and reminded Jabo of the power of water. Niagara Falls. Reminded the power of water to be given and take life. He seemed to gain strength from the roar of the great falls. This place was to become an important landmark for the Anishinaabe that would follow Nanajabo. Of course, this would be the prophecy of the 8 fires and the journey of the Anishinaabe people that would follow him. We can get into that later, but he counted 5 great lakes in his region, stretched away for many, many miles. Huge freshwater seas, he called them. 5 of them, huh? And of course, this is the ancient Native American story. Whose water stretched away for many miles. Huge freshwater seas that he called them. He found wild rice growing in the westernmost lakes, and somehow he knew this land was one day going to become the home to the Anishinaabe, or the different tribes, the Ojibwe, the Potawatomi, Ottawa, Cree, Algonquin. Nanajabo came to a huge river, the biggest he has ever seen. He sensed that this river was a vital part of all waterways of the land in which he was traveling. He knew that this river must be respected and even appeased. because it held great power. This river, which gave life to much land in all directions, it has also received many rivers that also nourish and remove waste from many other lands. It was the father of waters. The river seemed impossible to cross. Its waters were deep and fast. All at once the waters of the river spoke to Nanajabo. I am Michzibi, the greatest river. What brings you to my shore? Nanajabo told the river that he was traveling west to find his father and that he needed to cross over to the other shore. The river flowed on. Finally, Nanajabo thought of tobacco that he carried with him. He sprinkled some tobacco in the water as an offering to the river. The river spoke. I sense you are determined to continue your journey no matter what I tell you. I can see that you are sincere in your purpose. I will show you a place to cross my waters. Even today, when Indian people come to a river that they must cross, they offer tobacco and ask the great mystery that they might be shown a place to where they could cross safely. The great river. So first he starts on the waters of the salty sea that stretches eastward, the Atlantic. Then he goes to the Niagara Falls, the Great Falls. And now he's continuing westward past the 5 great freshwater lakes, like seas, continuing westward to the Great River, the Mississippi River. Of course, this is ancient Native American legends. To the Great River. After Nanajabo was shown safely across the water, the river spoke again. There is yet another river to the west, who is the princess of all rivers. She is called Ogi-Amai-Kwe ZB. Together we are among the main arteries of the Mother Earth. We help to drain and purify her blood. You must also speak to her as a boy might speak to his aunt or grandmother. I wish you well on your quest to find your father. If and when you find your father, tell him that in the summertime, when I like to doze and take long naps, his rumblings and stoppings are very disturbing. Now be gone. I have to be on my way, for it takes 7 years for me to complete my journey to the sea and back. Nanajabo continued walking west. The land leveled out to a huge mushko deong. The land leveled out to a huge plain. So he crossed the huge river. Now he's to a huge plain, the Great Plains. He could see no end to these great plains. He noticed, though, that even in the seeming barrenness of these plains and prairies, there were still teeming with life, songs, and vitality. One especially hot day on the prairie, Nanajabo sensed that something was strange. The animals around him ceased their scurrying about for food and became silent. Make sure you guys are all okay. All of a sudden, a shadow began to creep over the face of the sun. Nanajabo became frightened of the shadow. As the shadow grew and the light on the earth became less and less. Finally, the earth appeared as if it were night. But then, with a flash of light, the sun started to reappear, and the light gradually returned to the earth. Nanajabo remembered the time that his grandmother's spirits talked to him from her home on the moon. She had told him that the sun would give a sign that would explain the relationship between the sun and moon. Nanajibo knew that he had been given that sign, and that this time the darkness symbolized the time the moon, that the time that the moon as a woman and the sun as a man would come together and honor the relationship. This sign would come to remind all women and men of their responsibility to each other, even in the midst of all their earthly tasks. Also, the sign should be interpreted as a testimony to the harmony of the entire creation, of how the stars, moon, and planets are placed in a sacred order with a sacred purpose. The sun never fails to give Earth its warmth and light, but just for this moment, the sun is given a rest that it should a rest that should remind us that we cannot take or any part of the creation for granted. Nanajibo came to another great river, and he knew this to be the princess. In talking with her, he realized that he realized that each and all things have twins, and that the two great rivers he encountered were a pair that worked together in this place, in this part of the world. When he had crossed, the river told him, "Respect all, fear none. Your father, that when he rants and raves, that he causes the torment to send great amounts of water through my banks and makes me swell up and become upset and cranky. Away to the west, Nanajibo. Away to the west, Nanajibo." So all these things keep complaining about his father and stuff, because he's of all this malevolent forces and stuff, craziness that happens when his father does anything. And so the rivers and stuff are speaking to him. The very interesting journey that he continued. And I know, this is kind of a long part, but it's all going to, trust me, it's all going to sway back and come around to this. I'm getting all tongue twisted all this. It's going to swing back and relate Abe to Bigfoot and the picture rock. And I think it's an amazing part that this story is definitely not told and known about in Bigfoot culture. And in fact, it's not very much told in Native American cultures when they're talking to white people. All right, so away to the west, Nanajibo began to. Let me make sure you guys are okay. If you guys have questions, comments, or anything, you guys can put them in there, and when I check, I will answer them. Away to the west, Nanajibo began to hear a great rumbling noise like thunder. He could see huge and close to the earth and coming his way. He feared that this was still another obstacle coming to prevent him continuing his journey. As the cloud got closer, Nanajibo was surprised and frightened to see that the cloud was being caused by many huge animals straight at him. The earth began to tremble, and he finally recognized them as buffalo. He had seen once on a journey long before he had found the lodge of his grandmother. The buffalo stopped just in front of him. A huge wall they made. Nanajibo sat and waited. Day upon day he waited, and he was getting very hungry. Finally, one of the buffalo stepped forward. He was huge and powerful. He was proud. He spoke to Nanajibo. "I can see that we cannot dissuade you from continuing your journey. Since you seem determined, I will walk beside you and guide you for a ways. Across these plains, the winds blow very strong. Sometimes these winds bring snow to the earth and cause you to become blinded and lost forever. Only am I able to survive. If this happens, stand at my side and protect you. I will do this because I am one of your oldest brothers. I know that you are searching father. Tell him that I send greetings, but it is not funny when he rumbles and sends lightning shafts among the buffalo cows. They get frightened and sometimes run for days. I have to run after them and catch them and make them stop. The giant buffalo guided Nanajabo across the plains. It's a very fascinating story that he takes of this journey that later the Anishinaabe, or the people of the tribes of the language group, would take in their journey across and populating these areas and journeying the same way as him. And very fascinating stuff. Very fascinating character, very fascinating information and knowledge and stuff. We're almost there. Almost there. Some spectacular stuff. Okay? Let's just keep reading. It takes a long time and it is tiring. I don't like running at all that much. Tell him to ease up a bit. I know he likes to run after my wives. Tell him this for me. The giant buffalo told Nanajabo many more things as he walked along. He told Nanajabo how each being on earth has a purpose to fulfill in life, and that we as brothers and sisters must seek to understand and respect that purpose. The buffalo advised Nanajabo, when you approach the land of your father, you should call to him from a great distance and ask him to come meet with you. Do not be disappointed if he does not come. If you can complete this task of coming to an understanding with your father, then your act will prevent conflict and warfare between father and son for many ages to come. If you can complete this task of coming to an understanding with your father, then your act will prevent conflict and warfare between father and son for many ages to come. I will leave you now, but I will give you a gift. In the future, if you ever need me, I will help you as an older brother, and an older brother should. I will be waiting in the land of the West. Nanajabo did not understand all of what the buffalo had said to him, but he kept the conversation with him. He knew that he would come to understand it someday. Nanajabo could see huge mountains looming in the horizon to the west. With a feeling that weighed heavy on his heart, he continued on. He saw rolling clouds him over the mountain. Again, in the west. As he walked, Nanajabo noticed the change in the terrain as he moved from the plains to the foothills of the mountains ahead. What plains and mountains are right there at the west, huh? He marveled at the changes in the grass and the flowers and the shrubs and the trees and rocks. He was amazed that no matter how rugged the land became, there were always different types of flowers to greet him. There was also change in the kinds of animals that roamed the land. In some places there seemed to be an abundance of hooved ones, deer, elk, and sheep. He knew from the teachings that he had heard that he was approaching the range of the big cat, like the Rocky Mountains. The clouds from the west came closer and closer until they were right overhead. The rumbling got louder and louder. At last the rumbling reached a roar and spoke to Nanajabo. We are the Ani King. We are the little thunderers. How is it that you are so bold to appear in this? How we are the little thunderers. How is it that you be so bold to appear in this land? The little thunderers would not even listen to Nanojibo's reply. They continued to shout at Nanojibo as he pushed on into the west. They followed him up into the mountains, in the valleys between the great rocky peaks. The little thunderers would race at Nanojibo and would tear at him with their wind. Nanojibo pushed on even though the wind became so thin that he could hardly breathe. As he climbed, he was surprised to find areas of unmelted snow. One more after this. Just wait. Just keep waiting, guys. It's gonna get better. So this is the story of the journey. And of course, the animals, regular animals and stuff, talking to him. Even though it was summer. All right. So he was read that last part. He was surprised to find areas of unmelted snow, even though it was summer. At last, the little thunderers seemed to give up in their attempts to turn him back and disappeared in the west. As Nanojibo continued traveling into the mountains, he pondered all that he saw. He looked up into the sky and noticed the clouds were feastly white, pure and cold, just like the snow on top of the mountains. He knew that high above the earth there must have been layers of air and elements that he had no name for. Nonetheless, he knew that something up there held it all together. He noticed too that high in the sky clouds would be blown very fast, while the ground there would be no wind. At times he would feel the wind blow in one direction and look up to find the clouds be blowing in the opposite direction. He was truly surrounded with evidence of the great mystery. High in the sky, swooping and wheeling in the drafts of air, flew the eagle. He screamed and announced his presence and foretold his approach. To this day, we are told that there is an eagle that sits in on a high place between this world and the next. He tells the creator of the approach of the Anishinaabe, who have finished their earthly time. Or he tells the creator of the people, or the true people, or the original people who have finished their earthly time. Different meanings for the Anishinaabe. Well, Nanojibo was working his way through the particularly rough stretch of huge rocks and tangly brush. He heard coming from just ahead the most terrible roar that he could imagine. As he rounded a large boulder, he found himself face to face with a huge grizzly bear. For a moment, he felt his fear almost give way to sheer terror. Only with the greatest effort was he able to stand his ground. He looked at the huge bear and felt a massive power that seemed to come from his eyes. He noticed his powerful arms, huge paws with their long, sharp claws. These claws would later become symbols worn by men that would attest to their physical bravery. This mark of bravery would be achieved by few. This badge would symbolize Nanojibo's overcoming his fear and controlling his terror. It was important that this be remembered, for if we do not overcome our fear, then terror will come to control us. The grizzly bear, in his powerful voice, "What do you want here? Do not put your tracks on this territory that I have been instructed to guard and to care for. Go back, go away." Nanojibo replied, "Older brother, I come not to put my tracks on your ground or to violate your territory. I only come to ask that I be allowed to pass, that I too may be able to fulfill the wishes of the Creator. With that, Nana Jabot reached for his tobacco, placed an offering on the ground, and spoke again. I wish not to mar the beauty of the earth, nor to disturb my brother's purpose. Allow me to pass. Ms. Sabi was a little confused. He did not expect Nana Jabot to remain so calm. He was used to scaring the daylights out of whomever he pleased. He felt that Nana Jabot was worthy of knowledge. He spoke again. I am one of your older brothers. There is yet one older than I whom you shall meet if he so desires. And the bear spoke again. I am one of your older brothers. There is yet one older than I, who you shall meet if he so desires. It is my purpose to be the helper to the Gitchi Makwa, the great bear, who guards the north. You see, grizzly bears must care for the ice and snow of the north so that it will not melt so fast. If the ice and snow were to all melt, the earth would be covered with water. The Creator saw this when he made a place for life to be. The world cannot be all water, and it cannot be all ice and snow. As the water circulates the world, it is part of its cycles to freeze as ice for a time. After a while, it will melt and flow again. So it is the great bear who cares for this part of creation. He does this by roaming and at times dancing in the north. He leaves his tracks in the ice and snow, and when the Creator looks down this way, he sees the tracks. He knows that his servant is still following his original instructions. Nana Jabot asked, but brother, how is it that you are here in these mountains? My cousin, the great bear knows. My cousin, the great bear, knows that here too there is ice and snow to be cared for. He asked me to come here as his helper to put down my tracks. Someday those people will come behind you, will look for the tracks of their ancestors. Someday they will almost lose them. And too, someday they will search for my tracks. I wonder if they will find them. It is time for you to go. I know the purpose of your journey. There are only certain places that you can cross these mountains. I will show you the way. Tell your father that I sent him greetings, and that I am proud that he has such a son. Bravery is a good thing to know, but you must be careful for and tempered with reason. Otherwise, bravery can be a foolish thing. Also, tell your father that I can hear him laughing when the snow suddenly slides. I can hear him laughing, for when the snow suddenly slides down the mountain when I least expect it, it is not funny to suddenly find yourself tumbling down a mountain and losing your breath. Go now. We shall not meet often, but when you need me, I shall answer. All right. After his encounter with the grizzly bear, Nana Jabot came to a greater understanding of the high peaks and the ice and snow. The sudden windstorms and blizzards did not catch him by surprise. He learned to respect the great and strange place of the mountains. He knew that man was not meant to live here. This was a special, awesome place where the winds sing its greatest songs. This is a place where silence is most powerful. And with this knowledge and respect, All right. I'm going to take a quick little break here. Check over here. Okay. This is the part where I think all you guys are going to kind of, I don't know, be interested. And remember, this comes from a culture and stuff on the East Coast, talking about this Native American folk hero, cultural hero from ancient times who journeyed to the West, starting from the Atlantic, going to the Niagara Falls area, Great Lakes area, Mississippi, the Great Plains, to the Rocky Mountains, the ice tops, crossing over there. Now we're working our way. And let's flip the page. Nanajabo pressed through the mountains peacefully. When Nanajabo at last descended from the mountains, he was confounded to see yet another expanse of flat land stretched out in front of him. Once he was on the prairies, the little thunderers came in force in a last attempt to turn Nanajabo back. They pelted him with rain and hail and tore at him with their winds. Nanajabo struggled on. The little thunderers even tried coming at Nanajabo from different directions in an attempt to throw him off course. But as he walked, Nanajabo kept the east at his back. The little thunderers never sounded there, for somehow they were forbidden to do so. Then almost at once, most of the little thunderers raced off to the west. They went to tell the father of Nanajabo that his long-awaited son was approaching. Nanajabo walked on to still another range of mountains, not quite as tall as those he had just left behind. He had journeyed without resting until he came to a forest of giant trees. They were so tall that he could not even see their tops. He could walk no farther. Underneath the giant trees, Nanajabo made camp. He built a fire. He rested. And as he lay there, it sounded as though the trees were whispering to him, "Why do you want to do such a thing as journey you have yet to set out on? It is crazy." Nanajabo pursued the start as if someone or something had prodded him. He literally, even though he did not see anything, he knew that he was not alone. Suddenly he noticed that just out of his direct eyesight was a being, a huge dark figure with red eyes that peered from a shadowy face. Again, he felt his fear rising to an uncontrollable level. He wanted to run. He thought fleetingly of defending himself, of fighting what was unknown to the world at this time. He was able to control his fear and terror, but still he felt a sensation. What was this strange feeling that possessed him? For the first time in many years, violence was evident on the earth. But with Nanajabo was only a thought. He was able to put it aside. Violence, which is the twin of peace, must always be secondary and subservient to peace, just as it was with Nanajabo. The shadowy figure began to speak. The shadowy being spoke. I Bugajawinini. Bugwajinwinini. Practiced that one a little bit and I heard how to pronounce it. Bugajawinini. It's Bugajawanini. That last part, Jawinini, is throwing me off. But I am shadowy being spoke. I am the wild man. Some of the people who follow you will know. Some of the people who follow you will know me as Sasquatch or Yeti, but they will seldom see me, for it will be forbidden for them to look into my eyes. Some will not ever know of me. Many will not believe that I exist. I am your eldest brother. I have been with you on your journey. I have been ahead of you at times and behind you at times. Sometimes I have watched you walk by. The Creator sent me here to guide and care for those who the Creator sent me here to guide for those who become lost. Those who go into the forests, the swamps, hills, mountains to gather medicines and other things. If those who seek the medicine roots, bark, and berries will ask me in a good way, if their thoughts are good and their concerns is for others, I will help them find the medicines they seek. I shall know their thoughts. Also, I am to help those who choose to meditate, pray, and fast. To fast in the wild and natural places. I am the caretaker of all these places, the deep forests, swamps, mountains, deep valleys. I am natural man. I am to be different. I am to be the different one, different in all ways. I shall not build a home or gather in towns, nor will I assemble with my own kind in tribes or nations. I will make no trails. Nor will I build canoes. I am to be alone in the quiet solitude and majesty of all the natural world of the Creator. I shall know of man's presence, and I shall know Brand's presence, and I will know his thoughts. But only the Anishinaabe shall know me. I am not to desire companionship. I am not to desire companionship of the Anishinaabe or others, but only the Anishinaabe shall know and honor me. Little brother, I have watched your journey and I have known your thoughts. I will tell you of some, but not all the things that you've wondered about. First, you must always treat the natural creation with respect. When you must come through my territory, honor those places with tobacco and good thoughts. Be not in fear. In the way that you shall not become lost. In that way you shall not become lost or confused, and no harm shall befall you. Be always in wonder and awe of all the natural works that you see. They are the hand and the thought of the Creator, Gichi Manito, or Great Spirit. These works, whether they be mountains, glaciers, waterfalls, the deepest swamps, should never remain as they are now, just as I am to remain in my natural way. Nanojabo did not need to voice his thoughts as he visited with the wild man. They conversed through the night. The wild man continued to tell him many things that he had previously wondered about. Here upon the earth is a plain, a place marked by time. Nowhere else in the universe is time necessary. Remember that time belongs to the Creator and to none other. It is the one thing that is of man. None shall ever see it. Very few shall ever get to know it. Do not concern yourself. If you do, it will become an obsession, and in the end, you will be a slave to it. I know of many things that puzzled you. the time you looked into the sky and wondered about the clouds, the time you felt the raindrops on your face and looked into the distance to see rain falling in torrents, warm and cold drafts of air sweep across your face, the time when you saw the heat dancing in the waves over the paths, over the plains. Here upon the lap of our Mother Earth is the place and time that hangs between 8 levels of elements. These elements are unseen, but are as real and necessary for life as the water you drink. Of these 8 elements, 4 are above the earth and 4 are below the earth. These elements are the things that must work together. Self is to be all the things working together, lift the waters into the clouds. Your oldest uncle, the wind, blows this water to where it is needed. There it falls to the ground to nourish the grasses, the flowers, and other beings who are dependent on it for life. Beyond this, there are elements that work together to change the seasons. The seasons are evident of time. Someday, when time comes according to the Creator's plan, the cup of life will be measured by time. But even though time will be a part of life, life cannot exist without the other things we have spoken of. Remember, the cup of life is water, and the cup is measured by time. If you should climb to the highest peak, you will feel the absence of the air which is necessary to draw into your body in order to live. Likewise, if you would go into the earth, soon it would get pitch black, and there would be only poisons to breathe and draw into your body. As you walk on your journey, remember, there is purpose to all things. There is a reason for the gentle rains and the gentle winds, as well as their opposites. Accept these things I give you. The evidence is all around you. See it, know it, accept it. Accept this knowledge as a way of knowing. Accept it as you accept the knowledge on your own shadow. Accept it as you accept the knowledge of your own shadow. When your shadow is cast on the ground, you are able to see it. But even though you do not see it at times, you know that your shadow is still there. Your shadow represents your relationship to the grandfather sun and the 4 directions, thus to the universe. It is time for you to continue your journey. I will be with you, little brother, wherever your steps may take you. There is one last thing I wish to leave you, and then we shall never talk again. You have a twin brother whom you have wondered about and whom you should seek. This shall tell you, he is your other side in all things and in all ways. He is with you. Do not seek him. Do not wish to know him, but understand him. You will walk in the path of peace. He would not. You are kind. He is not. You are humble. He is not. You are generous. He is not. You seek the good things. He does not. You respect others. He will not. You will seek the goodness in others. He will not. You are the light. He is the darkness. You know that he is with you. Understand him, but do not seek him. With that, the wild man left Nanajabo and vanished like a shadow into the woods. Nanajabo sat under the great tree, pondering all the things that he had just received. His thoughts were interrupted by a humming sound. It was supposed to be full screen for you guys. It's supposed to be full screen for you guys the whole time. You see me struggling to read the tiny words though. But fascinating story. I know it took us a while to get there. Fascinating part of the story, which talks about what? A journey across America till he comes to the redwoods, in which the wild man comes out and speaks with him and can actually read his mind and is regarded as an elder brother. So, very similar imagery and the elder brother personification that other tribes have when it regards to these very sacred teachings of particular wild men or Sabe. Now, this creature wasn't called Sabe and stuff. When they talk about the honesty, and we can go back to the video of the elder talking about the imagery of the Bigfoot and the eyes shining, the same exact imagery. And this book actually is, I will go right over here, is the grandfather book is what it means. Misho, I don't know how to pronounce that, but I do know that that means grandfather. The grandfather book, The Voice of the Ojibwe by Edward Benton Benani. And of course, he was born in March 4th, 1931. He has passed away since November 30th, 2020. 2020. He was an American civil rights activist and one of the founders of the American Indian movement. Benton was an Ojibwe Anishinaabe of the Fish Clan from the from the Indian Reservation in northern Wisconsin. In 1986, Benton became Grand Chief of the Three Fires of the Miigwech Lodge. He was commonly referred to. I'm going to butcher that name. Benton held a master's degree in education from the University of Minnesota. In 1979, Benton wrote the Mississoni book, drawn from the teachings of the seven grandfathers, in which chronicles the Anishinaabe way of life and the seven fires prophecy. In 2008, he was appointed to be the academic and spiritual advisor to the Shinkook I'm going to butcher it. It is an indigenous-led institute with the University of Sault Ste. Marie as one of its main partners. Is one of 9 indigenous institutes in Ontario's post-secondary system and collaborates with other colleges. So he became the academic and spiritual advisor. Brenton's role as the spiritual advisor to the Shingwak, I can't pronounce that correctly, can be seen as his guidance provided for the construction of the lodge-shaped roof of the Anishinaabe Discovery Center built in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. Brenton died in Wisconsin in November. He was 89. He was the founder of spiritual advisor of the American Indian movement, grassroots movement to fight systemic oppression and colonial violence against Native Americans. He was jailed in 1965 along with Clyde Belcourt Court in Minnesota Stillwater's prison for his activism work. Yeah. So there's a little background on him, and he wrote this book that we are looking at, the grandfather book, Voice of the Ojibwe, and is talking about the legends and the different grandfather teachings, and talking about the 7 prophecies of fire, and which is the story of not only the story of the Anishinaabe in going to their homeland, but also talks about, and you got to remember, these legends are passed on to them, are hundreds, if not thousands, of years old. And yet it is talking about this journey of this native person who goes from the Atlantic Ocean, which the Anishinaabe and the prophecy of fire starts off as the people coming from the east and settling the Great Lakes and moving westward. And then the prophecy of fire actually talks about meeting of white people. And if the white man acts a certain way, you will know him to be a good brother. But if he acts another way, you will know him to be an evil one who will bring destruction and stuff and change to Native Americans. And also it talks about the end of the world and how if after the white man and colonization and stuff, these are future prophecies, that if we continue to pollute the world and live in sin and stuff, that the world will be remade and reshaped and stuff. But if we can overcome our selfish desires and sin and stop the pollution of the earth, we can live in a time of great peace and stuff. And I believe the story is in this book too. But the main part that I found and referenced and was able to read was this story, which I'm going to say it right now. This story and everything that is told to Nanajabo and stuff is one of the only stories and sources that you could probably find with that much detail in it, with everything. So you can have a lot of stories, you know, of wild men and this and that. You're not going to have a lot of different stories of hearing that part of this story, of this legend, you know. And this is one of the things where unless an elder of a tribe is putting out stuff and you know, we're not getting the real story. So when the Pictured Rock and the Tula tribe said, and they gave the story of the creation of the of making the people like me, and then when they looked upon him, he was scared, and the imagery of the eyes were all sad. Very similar imagery with this, right? Very similar creature. And where does this creature live? It lived in the redwoods of Northern California, right? Same area where the Pictured Rock came from, right? So, in their story, and he's a very sacred figure whose name is not to be told about, in this reference, which is another sacred figure, a wild man from the Anishinaabe peoples, from the East Coast tribe, talks about their hero traveling over to the West Coast and speaking with the eldest brother, these wild men who could know the thoughts of a person, and they didn't have to converse speaking. And basically mind speak, if you want to get to it. And you know, I know it takes a lot to be able to prove that, but if I had to get spoken to and stuff, you know, I will be the first to tell you guys. I think this whole story is fascinating. The fact that it's a spiritual creature with powers, and yet, you know, the description where it lives matches up pretty interestingly to the Thule. The imagery is very interesting when it comes to Bigfoot-like. Of course, when they talk about Sabe and they talk about Bugajawinini, literally means wild person. You know, these were prophecies said hundreds of years ago. Now, when he says, and he quotes, and he says, "You know me as some of the people who follow you will know me as Sasquatch or Yeti, but they will seldom see me." So this is now this is quoted as what the wild man says. And you got to remember that this book was put out by an elder. He became the grand chief of the Three Fires Mission Lodge, of that particular lodge. So this was a person who was who gave out a lot of information, who was privy to a lot of information, and the way this book reads is dedicated to the Red Schoolhouse, past and present. To all those who read the material, the author has been careful not to profane any of the Ojibwe teachings. He has attempted to leave the sacred teachings intact where their complete form has been proclaimed by ritual. This book is only a glimpse into the magnitude and depth of the spiritual history and heritage of the people from whom it came from, the Ojibwe or the Anishinaabe. So, if he is very careful not to profane, because remember, this is very sacred text and teachings from him. And of course, these are all acknowledgments. The miso, that is the name of the book, is the word for grandfather. The grandfather book comes from the words passed down by the grandfathers and grandmothers. The author wishes to recognize the the contributing elders, because I can't say the last part, from that reservation and the other other Indian communities, the other native communities of Wisconsin, Michikichwe forever, to the followings. And so he names some different elders. So I kind of want to put this out because, they take, as we've seen with the Kathy Strain reference and the Pictured Rock, the Thule, they take it very seriously when it comes to representation of their spiritual beliefs and sacred beliefs. And so when an elder from this Ojibwe tribe, this particular one, who again dedicates this book to the Ojibwe teaching of their grandfathers that has been passed down for thousands of years, and citing, this is a big book, and for him to talk about the wild man who spoke to Nanjabo and referencing them as Sasquatches and stuff, this is a main story, chapter 6 of their beliefs. So you have the 7 fires. I think that's the prophecies of the 7 fires. Now, not in here, or maybe I haven't read the whole book, which I'm going to. There might be the teachings of the 7 grandfathers, which is behind me. Teaching of the 7 grandfathers and stuff, and one of them is from this Gichisabe and stuff. Now, although it is not the same word as wild men, Gichisabe seems to be the same representation of this elder brother with knowledge who knows your thoughts and can tell if you're honest or not. And you might find different references to this elder spiritual brother that some of these tribes say Bigfoot is, and is complete, 100%. We just read the story. Makes our modern idea of Bigfoot laughable, because it's a very spiritual creature who is able to basically go into all the different dimensions and inside trees and mind speak with you, and is able to travel and do things that are more supernatural, and has a direct, as he was quoted, the direct connection of basically being a servant of the Creator himself and doing the good work of the Creator. So when it comes to Native American stories of Bigfoot and our modern idea of what Bigfoot is and how it ties to Native American tribes, it's pretty far in between. There's hardly any story that really depicts the Bigfoot as our modern hairy ape who has no technology, doesn't speak any language. It's just a hairy gorilla out there. I like to use the term as, they're a tribe of people. They're the elder brother. They're something a lot more than an ape. I don't know about all the spiritual, paranormal side, the woo side. I'm open to it. I'm just very skeptical of it because it's hard to believe, and seeing is believing. But reading this and reading the different stories of Native American culture, I have to remind myself that you have to be open to some of this stuff, because there are spiritual stuff I've witnessed over the years, some UFO stuff. Even though my Bigfoot research and experiences seem to be more physical and nothing to be on that extreme spectrum, but at the same time, there is this great mystery about it. There is this weirdness about it. So maybe when we dive into Native American folklore and throwing Bigfoot in there and that, it's a little bit important to include the details about it and how you actually get to that spot. So when people say, well, there's Native American legends of Bigfoot in all the tribes, that's not necessarily true. And the ones that specifically talk about it and are honestly going to tell you about it regard him in such a very spiritual way that he is definitely different than a cannibal, mindless, evil giant, right? But at the same time, if they were a people and stuff, an elder brother or a race of creatures and stuff, they might not all adhere to the way of living of being good and graceful and honest, or living by the way of the 7 teachings of the grandfathers, which is humility, honesty, truth, love, bravery, courage. So I'm not sure if, some of these Bigfoots are, like he described. When we go back, we'll go over to the book. He describes his tribe and nation of people. It doesn't, it wasn't a one individual spiritual person, but he describes his nation of people when I gather together or assemble in towns or villages. And so if the nation of people, to me, and again, this is that Bigfoot bias speculation, right? Nor will I never assemble with my own kind in tribes or nations. I will make no trails. So he's saying right here, they will, he tells you how they live. They will, I am the natural man. I am to be the different one, different in all ways. I shall not build a home or gather in towns, nor will I assemble with my own kind in tribes or nations. If you're a tribe and you're a nation, it means you're a people, right? Maybe not all the people adhere to the same values as this one did. Of course, now he's depicted as pretty huge, as if the tree, if it opens up to, he comes out of the tree and he's 20, close to 20 feet tall, give or take. Doesn't say, but just my speculation. If you're a kind of tribes and nation or a people, are you, over time and stuff, are they all, a tribe of nation, a tribe of people. There are good people, there are bad people. There's, it says at this time, he thought fleetingly of defending himself, of fighting, but violence was unknown to the world at this time. He was able to control his fear and terror, but he still felt a new strange sensation. What was this strange feeling that possessed him? For the first time in many years, violence was evident on the earth. This story in particular has a lot of mystery to it, and a lot of amazing things when you break it down, and so much more mystery than I could ever fathom. That's why I say, there's so much knowledge that is being lost every day to elders in present day who are dying. I mean, he was still alive in 2020. If I could have came across this book and this reference earlier, it would have been awesome to question him about it and exactly details about what are you talking about here? What is all this? What are you talking about? You shall know me as Yeti and Sasquatch. Like, is that from an ancient? Is that ancient sources saying this, or did you just put the modern spin on it? I mean, but again, this is dedicated towards keeping the stories and legends unprofaned and stuff. So, I'm just taken back by the story because I have read a lot of different Native American stories, and I have read Nanajubo, a lot of different stories. I don't remember coming across this one, and all of the sources and resources that I could find. And I've skimmed over and read the exact story of him trying to look for his father, but this imagery and this whole quoting of what the wild man says, and he says a lot. This is the only place that I have ever seemed to have found it so far. Especially with the imagery and with the eyes, very similar to the pictured rock. In fact, almost similar. And the fact that the creature, he speaks to him in Anishinaabe. He speaks to him in the Indian language. Some of the people who follow you. What does he mean by that? Some of the people who follow you will know me as Sasquatch and Yeti. Some of the people who come after you, after in time, will know me as Sasquatch or Yeti, but they will seldom see me. It will be forbidden for them to look into my eyes. Some will not ever know of me. Many will not believe that I exist. I am your eldest brother. I assume that the quotes go all the way down because that right there just blows my mind because I just, that, I don't know, it just blows my mind if that is literally how it was translated and the legend goes. Or even if that's the elder giving it out and saying, and yes, this is it. This is one of the only references to this. And so I know that took a while. It's almost 4.5 hours later, but so much to unpack, so much that we could get into. I think we're probably going to retell that story, of course, over in another live stream or make some videos out of it. It's very important. And I'm amazed to have read that and shown that to you guys because I've been doing this for a lot of years and I love Native American culture, and that story just, I don't even know what to say, just blowing me out of the water. It is crazy. And it is very similar to the pictured rock. Very similar to the Mayadaktak, or actually translated to as Bigfoot, not hairy man. For the Mayadaktak, which is on this pictured rock from the Thule, from the Thule tribe of Northern California, right? Or in California. And their creation story is this guy, he wanted humans to walk on two legs like him and not on all fours like Coyote. Of course, he tricks Coyote to a race by not even racing. He stays at the finish line. When man is made, humans look upon hairy man or the Bigfoot or this creature, and of course we are scared. We run away, and he is crying, and so that shows that my dog touch creature crying, and it is very similar illustration to what we just seen from the grandfather book in the specific place right there. It's the representation
of the Yokots, just like the Gagot of the
Yokots. Sorry, Yokots, not the Thule. I'm all over the place of reading so many different Native American stuff, and amazing stuff. And again, to them, to this tribe, this is a sacred entity with a very sacred name, and one that we do not know of. We don't know the full story, and that's why I think we don't know a lot of these stories and true meanings of these spiritual creatures. They are known as Bigfoot. Now I know some of the tribes that I was searching for and I didn't make videos of, they were talking about Sasquatch being an omen of the end times, a sign that the end of the world is coming closer, and that the more that we see Bigfoot and stuff, the more that we draw closer to the end of the times, or the repurification of the earth. So hopefully you guys all enjoyed that. I'm pretty stoked about that. I think we'll probably do another live show of talking a little bit about the Anishinaabe culture and stuff, where that story comes from, because they have a lot. And I've been heavily influenced by this culture because here in Michigan in the Great Lakes region, in grade school, I think around 4th grade, we actually learned about Michigan hardcore and read several Anishinaabe books of Native Americans history in Michigan and stuff. So I pretty much got hooked onto that back then, and reading the stories and being fascinated with the culture and being fascinated, of course, with Bigfoot. And of course, they had legends of the ice giants and Wendigos, which are totally different. So they have the story of this Bugawajinini wild man who talks to Nanajobo and gives him prophecies, basically future knowledge and things, is much different than the Wendigo ice giant evil spirit that possesses people to cannibalism and demonic possession. Totally different things and stuff. So to group Sasquatch or Bigfoot from some of these tribes into these ice giants or these owl men or these whatever creatures is far beneath what the actual entity that most of these tribes or some of these tribes secretly know that and believe to be. There's a reason why they ain't telling us everything that they know about everything they know, because it's very sacred and religious to them. And for the most part, I think the Western scientific and academics have been trying to, have always tried to say, well, this is just stories, and or there's the Western way, the Western scientific way of explaining the native stories instead of listening to what the natives say and having them tell us and tell us more, because there's a lot. I'm sure there's so much more information and stories or extra details to the stories that really paint a different picture of some of these things. And it is their right, and of course, to keep it sacred and keep it from us. And why not? Because I think it's pretty clear of what has happened. So if you guys would want to learn more about the grandfather teachings or the teachings of the grandfathers, there's the different prophecies, the 7 prophecies of fire, or the 8 prophecies of fire, 7 grandfather teachings, and a whole crap load of different Anishinaabe stories and ice giants and different stuff. But when it comes to Bigfoot, there's only Sabe, Kichisabe, or Sabe from the Algonquin or Anishinaabe people. Algonquin people is referred to as the language group of the people. And the Anishinaabe people is what they called themselves. So when they say they're Anishinaabe or they're Anishinaabe or however different the Ojibwe, the Potawatomi, or the Ottawa pronounce it differently, they're all talking about the same group of people. Or when you talk about the Algonquin language group of people, it's the same group of people. The Anishinaabe, the Algonquin language group of people, the same thing. The Ojibwe, the Potawatomi, the Ottawa are they're Anishinaabe, and they would say they are Anishinaabe. And they basically, as they traveled on the same journey that Nanajabo did, the different tribes splintered off and became Potawatomi, Ojibwe, Cree, Algonquin. There's some other language groups in there too, but basically they recognize themselves as still the Anishinaabe people, even though they began to slightly linguistically change. All of their cultural stories, heroes, and stuff is basically the same. And they only talk about Sabe, which is a giant, or Bigfoot, referenced only in this and sacred stuff, or half the time they don't even talk about it. And some of the stories they changed this from Sabe to Raven, and there's a big downplay on some of the sacred stuff concerning Sabe or Bigfoot or the Bugajawinian wild man of the Anishinaabe culture who talks to Ninajabo. Because what I read to you and stuff was at one time something that was never supposed to be told to white people. Sure. Sacred regarded, thankfully for Eddie Benton. Thank you. Thanks to Edward Benton, and the other elders that he acknowledged, they gave us their sacred knowledge and sacred text and sacred stories, and he wrote that in that book. So you never know what you might find in some of these old Native American published books on tribes who there's just a small little reference of a person and magical text in there too, because the stuff that what the wild man says pertains to how people shall live in the future of us too. So he references people that come after you shall know me as Sasquatch and Yeti, and that many will seek to know me, but not many will be able to see me. And many will not believe me and stuff. It kind of describes us, Bigfoot community. Many people kind of believe, a lot of people don't believe. So very interesting stuff. I'm going to cut it off here. Hopefully everyone enjoyed. If you guys haven't checked out the 37 knocks recorded, check them out. I know we played them on the live stream a couple times, but I think you can hear him a lot better in the video by himself. So I'll probably make a couple different videos of some different materials. I'm kind of actually excited about kind of being re-energized in the Native American side of things. And I think it's a breath of fresh air. And, when I go out there looking for Sabe or the wild man, I might have a little bit more open mind of the possibilities, I guess, that could be out there and stuff. But you also have to be on guard of, there's a lot of things out there that Native Americans considered bad or evil spirits and spiritual and stuff. So not everything out there that is going to be paranormal or woo side can be attributed to Bigfoot, especially if you want to believe Native American stories, because there are literally 100 more entities and creatures out there that probably step in line first before that. So I think we should consider what the Bugajawinian said. Jabo, and we'll keep touching on this subject and stuff more. In fact, we'll probably do the next live stream. We'll start off at that section of that story. So I appreciate those of you who stuck around for the entire end, and those who've listened to the entire information lecture on the Native American misconception with Bigfoot, or the Native Bigfoot misconception. And there's a lot of terms and stories and misconceptions thrown around as fact, and it's not fact. So hopefully, I know it was a little long-winded, but hopefully I helped inspire you guys to look a little harder and deeper into the Native American stories when it actually comes to someone saying this and this and this and throwing a tribe's name out there, and actually going to the source of trying to find the story. And to also realize that if you're going to be on the Native American side of things, you're going to probably have to be open to, there's a lot of more weird stuff out there than we probably understand and think. And we shouldn't dismiss it off the bat right offhand. But I'm skeptical of people, not skeptical of what's going on, but skeptical of people more than anything, because people are people and they're all over the place. So that's why you have to live honestly, have honesty about yourself, and live in such a way that, that live in such a way that maybe will get the wild man of the woods to gravitate you to more towards you. If he we'll go over this next time, but he talks about if love in your hearts, and you must always treat the natural creation with respect. You must come through in it, and when you come through my territory, right, Bigfoot territory, right, honor those places with tobacco and with good thoughts. Be not in fear. Anyways, I appreciate everyone. Appreciate everyone who showed up in chat. Everyone who is here. If you guys want to donate and stuff, YouTube, I think I have some links in the chat for some PayPal and Spring Tea merchandise and stuff, and all that's going to help fund for electronics and stuff. And we're trying to get more evidence of what we presume is Bigfoot, but whatever is out there making all these craziness and sounds and hairy monsters going in the woods and stuff, we tried to get evidence of it. So yeah, so I have to go to sleep. I have an interview at 9 a.m. with the Cryptid, I think. I know I said it was going to be last week, but I was a week off, so working Saturday threw me off. All right, appreciate everyone. If you guys have comments, questions, concerns, you guys can email me here. You guys can put stuff in the comments, of course. Yeah. All right, we'll take care. God bless. See you on the other side, and we'll see you soon.